Okay, my tablet seems to be having issues. Video's working just fine, I just can't see the chat for some odd reason. Can't I see the chat? There we go. I don't know why it was off on me there for a moment. Oh well. Okay. Let's get back into Skyrim, shall we? Fuck? Where am I? Oh, right. So what was I doing last time? The guy there is enjoying pushing people around. What a good boy. Ah, the Great Dragon Numenax. What was my goal? Alright, I wanted to go back over here. Deal with all that stuff. Just that. And just that. So this thing over here. Oh right, I wanted to go to Winterhold as not Winterhold, Windhelm as well. Locate the Seducer's bandit camp. Orange College. I have way too much stuff around here. Curious about doing this stuff over here, but I don't really want to do what the Thieves Guild quests right at this moment, due to the fact that it's going to require a lot of sneaking and, well, not necessarily sneaking, more like a lot of pickpocketing. I guess there would be some sneaking involved. Let's go back over here, turn in this quest. So question, does Sam pop up when you're level 10 or 5? I can't remember. When did I first see him? What level was I? Hello there, friends! How are you all doing?
Skaggy tells me that you were bothering him today. Can't you and Torum just play by yourselves?
But Mom, it's so boring with just me and Torum. I was just asking Skaggy some
This
questions.
land feels
You leave
twisted.
him alone.
I'm surprised
I
my
don't want to
father
hear
didn't want
Skaggy
to live
telling
out
you
here.
you've been bothering him again.
Yes, ma'am.
Is Skaggy again? Or Torum? You Skaggy? Nah, you just let him go. What?
Yes, I'm listening. I take it by trade you mean dump all your useless junk on me. Fine.
I really don't know why this keeps happening.
Yes, let's go.
There we go. Ah. Got like a bit of hair stuck on my tongue. Gross. Hey, boy. Aw, they left him outside. Poor thing. Why would you leave your puppy outside? It's dark out. Alright, is everyone awake? Sort of. I'm being stared at by a kid.
Let's move faster. The sun is...
Why are you looking
Why
at
is
me?
everyone so upset? If there's Forsworn,
Are you pushing me around, pup? Oh, miss.
I'm the hardest worker in Left Hand. Better than any man.
Probably because they're better at right hand rather than left hand. I don't know where I was going with that.
Kolskegger, overrun with Forsworn. What next?
Oh, she's blind in one eye. Who are you?
hope Pavel will be able to go
Don't
back
have
to
much
his
to
mines
say,
soon.
unless you're here to mine metal.
Ah, so you're Skaggy. Well, you're not the person I need to talk to.
A word of advice. Never buy a used copy of the last year going in May. The covers are always worn and the pages stuck together.
I'm grateful. Sir.
I just don't get it.
I'm sorry. my
I
daughter
swear,
gives
there
you so
must
much
be some
trouble.
kind of conspiracy.
So it's saying that... Is it telling me to go in
What
here?
you doing in left hand? Do you dig up rocks too, like my mom?
Why would I dig up rocks? Where the hell am I going here? In the mine?
Most women would rather die than dig. I have a daughter to raise.
Who am I giving this quest to? Who are you?
Don't have much to say to you. Got work.
I'm just here to dig. Not much else to talk about. Got ore to dig.
What does the quest say? Pavo. Where the hell is Pavo? I don't care about iron. I need Pavo. What the bloody hell is he?
Fear for the boy? I'm a swordman, so.
Can I help?
You're not. Oh.
Kolskegger mine is lost, friend. Forsworn killed everyone.
Don't worry, it's cleared now.
You drove them off? By yourself? Thank you. We'll head back to work right away. Take this. It's the least I can do.
Thank you. 1,000 gold? Damn.
Until next time.
Well, that was an annoying quest marker. I'm really not sure what area is supposed to be my level right now. I would like to think this place is, but I'm not sure. What do you think, Sophia?
Yes, I'm listening. I'm always ready for a chat.
How are you feeling?
Like you care. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been so rude. I just... Don't worry. I'm fine. Really.
Can you sing?
Which song?
Dragonborn comes.
Sure. Why not?
It's
The
so bright
hero,
out
the
here.
hero
I don't
has
know
a
how you stand it.
warrior's heart. I tell you, the Dragonborn comes. With a voice wielding power and some ancient order. Believe, the Dragonborn comes. It's an end to the evil and everyone knows. Beware, the Dragonborn comes. For the darkness has passed and the flowers yet grow. You'll know, the Dragonborn comes.
Rocks and valley, crevices and hiding
everybody
places.
let's sing.
This is the kind of
I don't
place where
know
hermits
all
and
the
fanatics
words,
dwell.
so I'm making them up. Da 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 na 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 na. Dovahkiin, na 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 na.
Nope. Let me.
Now don't you let Rovitus cause you any bother.
My boy Leontius lives in Old Trolden. Damn drunk.
Said your son is on Old Rolden?
That's right. Old Inn to the south. The elf doesn't even bother to visit these days. What am I supposed to do if the dragons burn down the farm? You're a traveler, right? I have this letter for him. Let him know how much of a failure he is.
Oh dear. Alright, well, hand me the letter, I'll take it to him.
Good. You make sure the lug tips you when he gets it.
Have you lived here long?
What kind of question is that? Look at me. Is this a young man's face? I've been here 50 years. And nothing's gonna move me off my land.
Okay, I'm looking for work.
What, have you been staring at your feet this whole time? You see that big city up ahead of you? Markarth? Head over there. Unless you feel like helping my wife pick crops. And then 50 years later, you'll wake up and still be here. All right, then.
Is that what happened?
That was rather inappropriate. Well done.
Alright.
Out of all the Daedric princes, Sanguine is the only one I would actually consider worshipping. He really understands how to have a good time and knows the importance of alcohol. I quite like Sheogorath too. Were you trying to grope me? Okay.
What? Seriously? It's kind of weird. Sometimes she's in NPC mode, and sometimes she's in follower mode. Yeah. Very strange. Oh hey. Oh, my friend's here. No, they're not. Where are they? They left their fish roasting on the fire. Hello. How you getting in the water? Did you fall into the down the falls? Okay, where am I going? Discreetly kill the traveling bard. Where is he at? And where's that at? Oh, sorry, where's this at? Okay. Where is this board? There he is. So go this way. Down to the inn. Let's go. Am I going the right way? Good. Oh, there's the temple out there. Who are you?
There are dragons about, traveler. Be warned.
Yeah, I know. I was in Helgen.
Then you've seen them too. We lost our home, our livestock. We barely have enough gold to get by.
Here, have some gold.
Thank you, traveler. Be safe, and don't forget to keep an eye on the sky.
Thank you for your kindness.
You're welcome. It's actually kind of cool looking at that. Blech. Mud crabs! Alright, all down here. Let's avoid these. Don't want any trouble now. Unless you're a mud crab.
My parents were funny people. I mean weird funny, not the haha kind.
Okay. Thought you was gonna continue with that. Nope. Ah, that must be the inn right there. Boom!
Where'd you come from?
Gotta hide the body. Oh, the poor thing. Sad look in his eyes. Oh my god, there's a chest over there. Did you see that? Well, I know where I'm going. Let me up there. Let me up there. No! The poles, they're taking me. There was something of value in that book. Ah, illusion magic. Of course. I should have known. Looks like a shrine. Wait, I can take that, but everything else is stealing. Wait, why? Who would I be stealing from then? So why was there just one thing like that that was like, you can take this? Next thing you know, there's gonna be a guard who's like, stop! You've committed crimes against Markarth. What say you in your defense? It said it wasn't stealable. Said I could just take it. Oh, just because something's lying around just means you can take it, huh?
I get a lot of looks from people wherever I go. I'm not sure if it's because they find me attractive or because they think I'm a little odd. Or both.
Where is this about to go? Hey, you there.
You should head on inside. Aldis or Schooley can take care of you.
Wait. Is this a letter? No, that's not the letter. Repair supplies. Ah, okay. This must be it. Leonidas, you idiot! When were you thinking of visiting your family? When your mother was buried in the ground? Or after some damned wizard roasts all my crops? You make plans to come back to the farm this season, or I'll put all your old things in a pile and use them as firewood. Your father. Oh, goddess.
Yes?
Here, I have a letter for you.
What's this? I guess some things never change. Thanks for bringing this to me. Here, for your trouble. Good day.
Ah, a visitor. Old Rolden Inn has hundreds of years of history, friend.
This is the old Rolden Inn. Clean beds and strong drink.
You're awfully mature for your age.
Watch your tongue, stranger. We don't take back talk in this inn.
Okay.
All right, then.
Old Rolden is the stone that the Empire's history is built on. You'll be looking to rent Tiber Septim's room, I take it?
Tiber Septim's room?
That's right. In the Second Era, Tiber Septim himself led the army that conquered Old Rolden from the barbarians of the Reach. Septim would later found the empire that united Tamriel, but his first known battle and victory was right here. And this inn has the very bed the great general slept in on his first night as Old Rolden's liberator, as good as it was hundreds of years ago.
Don't you see his ghost or something?
Have a good rest. It's the big room with the double bed. I'll show you to your room. Right this way. Let me know if there's anything else you need.
Why did I do that? It's gonna be nighttime now.
If you drink too much, you're out. No drunks.
Here we go.
I fought by your side to take back the Reach from the savages. Hjalti, is that you? I've been waiting.
Who are you talking about?
You promised me, Hjalti. You promised that when we sacked Rolden, you would make me your sworn brother. And I've waited. Even after the enemy's arrows dug into my chest and their hammers crushed my bones, I've waited. Give me your sword, Hjalti, that we may become brothers, as you promised.
I'll find your sword.
I long to taste battle again.
So who are you? Where are you from?
You don't remember me, Jolty? 2 campaigns we served together. You saved my life time and time again.
Lady almost wouldn't let me out of the room there so I can meet the ghost. Isn't there supposed to be like a blade here? I don't mean like a sword, but like one of the members of the blades. Okay, well, I have another quest. Oh, it's not that far away.
I work for Ildis. She runs the inn.
Wait. Told me to bring it back here? I don't know. I don't have his sword.
Ah, a visitor.
I've been waiting for you, Jolty.
There's hundreds of years of history. Mara have mercy that gave me. There's a ghost just wandering around my inn like it owned the place.
Ghost is looking for a sword.
A sword? I remember a legend that Tiber Septim had attacked one of the enemy camps before he came to Old Herolden. It could be there. I'll mark it down on your map.
So he mentioned Holty?
Hjalti? I've never heard of anyone named Hjalti. Tiber Septim had many names. Maybe that's one of them.
Said he saw a ghost.
Yes. I've heard stories that Old Herolden was haunted, but no one's seen a ghost here since the Great War. He's from the battle, I just know it. He's one of Tiber Septim's soldiers, back from the dead.
Probably reacting to the fact that I'm Dragonborn.
See ya.
No, it would be strange if I was like Tiber Septim reincarnated. What? Really? Get down here, you bastard. Where are you going? Oh, you're just gonna stand there, right? Ow! Ow! Why would you do that? What the hell? What just happened there?
Even a village is on Skyrim.
Finally. Charge! I am slightly singed. Well, there's my inventory.
Nothing like a goose chase around the whole damned province. The tale of the great moth priest hunt. That's something I'd want to read. If you think it'll help.
It'll help me. I don't want these on me. Take them, please. Thank you. Oh good, that guy survived. I did. I did take its soul. Now what is up here? It's gonna take me to a sword. Where's this sword at anyways? Oh, over there. It's a long ways away. What's this? Iron. Hello. What happened here? Down there. Well, if only you didn't have a health bar there. It had me worried.
That'll teach you.
You alright? I don't think she's okay. Karen's journal. Oh, Talva. Dear sweet Talva. I can't stop thinking about him. Since that first moment I laid eyes on him in the marketplace, my heart was lost. My father would never allow me to marry a commoner, much less a poor Dunmer. Mara, what to do? Another letter from Tolver. The third this week. He says he can't live without me, that he'd rather die than lose me to another. Oh, I feel the same way. I can't abide this any longer. Father is sure to find out eventually. The maids are all aflutter over my secret love. Something will slip. Tolver and I must be long gone by then, or father will have all the Reach up in arms against him. I've convinced father to take me on his next trip out east. When we reach the inn at Old Holder, I'll slip out at night and meet Tolver in the hills above Solgens. Tolver says he's been saving his wages for the last few months, stowing them away in the old stump up there. With that, we should be able to buy passage to Riften and our freedom. Oh, love, I can't wait another hour. Stump up above, huh? Oh, juniper berries. Nice. I didn't realize they grew on trees. Thought they were in bushes. Oh, more. So where is he at? Is this the stump? It is. So what happened to him? She's here, but where's the Dunmer? Oh, there he is. Poor guy. You're together now, and forever. Rest in peace. Now, where am I going? What is this place? There's a house here. Who are you?
Die, Dorngar.
Oh God! Wasn't expecting that. Little black robes. That would look pretty cool on me. I'll take it. Both the gauntlets and the boots.
Whoa there!
Whoa!
I don't know where you're going, but stay out of that mine.
I
It
wonder
isn't
why
safe.
the Dunmer are called Dark Elves.
The mine isn't safe.
Makes
Why?
them sound really
We
evil.
tunneled into an old Nordic crypt. The whole place is crawling with Draugr. We're not mining up any ore with those undead around, so I wouldn't go down there if I were you. We're keeping the mine closed until that crypt is clear.
Well, that's not gonna stop me. Can I talk to you?
Citizen?
I hear talk about a regiment coming to clear the crypts out. We'll see.
It's locked. Can't go in.
There's still plenty of ore left in that mine. What a waste.
Why are you coming down here with me?
Who's there?
Get out of here. Undead filth. Ah! Are you two fighting again? Wait, what? I'm confused. What just happened? Oh, they were fighting this guy. That explains that. Moonstone ore. So is this where I can get moonstone ore, huh? It's good to know. I'm sneaking around. So there's a big huge hole here. Ow. Don't mind me.
I knew I heard something.
Get out of here.
Done and done. Who's there?
Oh, that poor Breton.
Something. That'll teach you. Who's there?
You guys just can't leave these Draugr alone. Come on. Stop raising the dead. When they're already dead. And then re-deaded, and then... Out of the way!
Does it?
That'll teach you.
Can we calm down on
I
something?
wouldn't want to work in a mine.
People from the dead?
Too much physical activity in the dark. Oh, I can think of one physical activity I like to do in the dark.
So can I? Playing video games. That's what we were talking about, right, Sophia? Aha. Uh-huh. That was an obvious trap. Sophia? Hello. Alright. I start playing Skyrim and one of my friends starts playing it as well. Salts, giant stone. He leaves our toes on the table. Come on, guys. Ah, the Wolf Queen. What was that? have over here? Secret pathway to a chest. Don't mind if I do. Thank you. Aha! Ow! That hurt.
This does it!
Boost!
Why do I keep getting set on fire by this damn thing? Stop setting me on friggin' fire. I'm doing that. Is there a way to stop that? So does that only work by killing this guy? Do you heal? Is that done shooting fire at me? It's Brigand Sap. I've never seen that before, so I guess I'll take it. Fear, huh? So why was that thing shooting fire at me? I wasn't stepping on any traps that I know of. What was that? Briarheart. Take that because I think I need it for a quest at some point.
We're keeping the mine closed until that crypt is clear.
Don't worry, I cleared it.
You did? We were waiting for the Jarl to send an entire regiment to clear that mine. Now we can get back to work. Thank you. See you.
I'm okay with the dark, but I've spent more than my share of time in caves already.
Don't worry, we're done there.
Good to see you again, friend.
Okay, that was a bit silly. Okay, so there's Red Eagle's sword. Bow. Ah, this place. How do I already have an enemy? No reason to get mad. Just because I got a little too close to their camp. The way to the temple.
I hope it's significantly less gold before they know what's hidden. Oh, sorry.
Let's look for another path. So I think it came from down from that way. Let's go up here. this over here? Another path up here? Looks like there is another path. Well, I guess it's time for a distraction. Actually, I need to go do something real quick. I'll be right back. Okay. I'm back. Is my... Okay, good. I just wanted to double check to make sure my mic volume was on. That'd be weird if I didn't. So, here's my health. Huh. Wait, health and healing spells restore stamina? That sounds helpful. My speech is up. At some point I need to work on my alchemy. Is that any healing spell? Like the one I have? Or is that something else? I'm not sure. Able to do a power bash. Sounds nice. That would be useful. More damage would be nice. Let's go with a critical. Okay. Uh-oh, who's up here?
Never should have.
Oh! They're right there! Where's Sophia at? What was that?
Where'd you come from?
Hi, Graven. Well, there you are. Oh, she turned to ash? I guess she was brought back from the dead at some point.
I wonder what would happen if a Khajiit and an Argonian had a baby. Ugh, that would be one ugly baby.
This is some really revealing armor. Weren't there more around here? I guess not. I don't know. What do we have here? You alright? Oh, God. Are you stuck, Sharona?
What now? Do you need something?
I think she's stuck in Forever Crouch. See a cave over there. Sophia's running very awkwardly. You doing okay?
Yes, I'm listening. Of course. Please tell me that wasn't it. If you really want to impress me, then it's going to cost you a lot in blood. I rather enjoyed our little chat.
Yeah, I think this is where the sword needs to go.
Another cave. I've spent enough time underground myself, but if you want to go in, I'm right behind you.
Okay, I really need to go is over here. Nice shot. I see somebody right there.
We have a backup plan if we got caught.
He's down. Crap. Really? You moved at the last moment there. There we go. Oh, you son of a... Stop moving! Now where did he go? Yes, you're just hearing things. Heck me. That was annoying. Well, I wish I knew where all those bolts went. What a waste. Okay, so there's a door right there. That's probably the way up to this place, but oh well. What the? What? Sophia, you kinda stood right in front of me there. You alright? I didn't lodge a steel bolt in your leg, did I?
Huh?
Uh-oh. Nothing. It was nothing. Just the wind. Berries.
Must be my imagination.
Oh, there he is.
It's some... Ha! Found you!
Wow, okay. Found me very quickly.
Let's sure like the idea of crouching down behind
Wait, where'd he go?
If you dare let one go, then you could forget me helping you.
Dang it! Ow! Who put that there? Wait, she's still alive? Take care of that. And he's hiding. Yeah, go get him. Damn it. Did you get him? Where did Serana go? Oh, he sees me. Oh, okay. So did you kill that guy that was over here? Where is Serana at? There's one she was around here somewhere. Ow. Thank you. Crap. Oh, really? I beg to differ.
Careful! Well, this is fun. You need to...
Isn't there supposed to be a book up here? Could have sworn there was supposed to be a book up here. Please don't tell me it just got blown off the cliff. It'll make me kinda sad. So what's this supposed to take me? I really wonder what happened to Serana. That felt kind of pointless. What's that? I get it. Damn it. Here we go. I could have sworn there was supposed to be like a journal up there or something. There you are.
Where'd you come from?
I don't like to boast, but I'm seriously in every possible way.
Done and done.
Who am I kidding? I love to boast.
Shot this person with a whole bunch of steel bolts, and I only get one back. Okay. Strange trap right there. Whoa.
Where'd you come from?
Ow. thought that was a body of a Spriggan. Oh, it is! Right there. Oh, but those aren't bodies, those are heads. What? I go where I please. What the?
That'll teach you.
I've already checked her for loot, so I don't need to do that again. Okay, where's the key for the sword? Not there. Not there. Right there. Okay, that's not where I want to go. How do I get back up here?
You like to dance? I've heard that there's this dance called the horizontal dance. I think we should try it. Unfortunately, I've never seen anyone do it before.
What do we have over here? Hello? Okay. Interesting little hidey hole for our chest. Oh, and then I'm back up here. Okay. Is there supposed to be a way to get out of this tower? Oh, right here. What is this? Stonehenge? I found Stonehenge. Nothing here. Well, you know it. There's nothing in Stonehenge. What the fuck? I'm guessing there's a vampire fighting the vigilance of Stendarr? Oh.
Where'd you
Never should have come here.
Nope, just bandits.
It's a shame I have to kill you. You could have got better acquainted.
Done and done.
Yeah, just a conjurer of cheap tricks. Okay, is that the cave over there? Yes, it is. In we go. Alright, dude.
Who's there?
You're nothing! You are weak. And the weak will perish! Where's he go? Where'd he go? There he is. Well, yeah, I already had amber. Just ended up picking up some more. Should probably go back and get all that stuff too, huh? That way I can get that really cool looking hammer. There's nothing much around here, is there? Not even a word roll. Roll. Oh god. I saw a chest over here. I was wrong. My eyes have deceived me. And it makes me sad.
You ever tried shouting inside a large cave? I once had a whole conversation with myself inside a cave. When I said hello, my voice would say hello back. The conversation did get a bit repetitive after a while, though.
Alright. Now what? Should probably go home and turn in some of this stuff. So this place is near Rorikstead. Vampire's still in Iverstead. What's that? Need to go over here at some point. And then need to go over here and deal with all that stuff. There's also this down here. There's so much to do.
I worry about the other settlements in the Horde. Unwalled, lightly manned, prime targets for those damn dragons.
You're the best. Can you be my father?
What you were once man, and as man
Divine smile on you, friend.
Damn those gray men. Avelstein Greymane and I were best
Leave me
friends
alone.
as children. If I see that
Stop
shit,
following me.
I'll throw him in jail myself.
Ah, okay. So, yeah, let's disenchant that. I'm wearing those other two items, so I don't want to mess with those. Go home, put some stuff in the chest. Without
Fear
taking
not,
everything from the chest.
Dragon or giant, will be with you.
Aw, who's my little buddy? When did I get an ebony arrow? Great. Oh, right. There we go. Where the hell did I put that potion? Huh, I have a lot of amulet tomorrow, apparently. I guess it doesn't really matter. Speechcraft. Oh. Health is increased. Project attacked. Lockpicking. I don't really need to cure disease potions, since I already am a werewolf, so I'm pretty much immune to everything. Well, that should help me out a
I
bit.
am your sword and your shield.
And now I can go back to that one place down here. I want to deal with all that. Do I want to go back up here and deal with all this? Let's go back down here. We'll jump over here. Find this guy. Thanks for keeping your clothes on. Where exactly would he be at in here?
I don't get it. Men say they wouldn't mind piercing me with their arrow, or stabbing me with a sword, and then walk away laughing. Should I be worried?
Oh, there's a whole door right here that I missed. Poor guy. Do I have that? Apparently not. What is this? Nothing of importance. And then go over here. I think the border should be nearby here somewhere.
Where'd you come from?
What'd I do to you, Widow?
That'll teach you.
Where'd he go? Oh, there he is. No idea what I did to this guy. But he really wanted me dead. Ah yes, there's the border. Let's do a horse over here. Can't go that way. But I want to. I want to return to Cyrodiil. Please. Or is that the way to... Actually, that might be the way to Morrowind rather than Cyrodiil. Actually, no, I think it would be to Cyrodiil. Unless it's somewhere down here. What is this? It appears I've gotten myself distracted again. Blood. fresh. Look at all this blood. What is up here?
Where'd you come
Helmet. Oh, crap. An amethyst. What is this? Do I even know? Looks like there's something over there. I think that's the old tower belonging to the Vigilance of Stendar. This is weird. That explains all the blood. That was something I wasn't expecting to find. I don't think I've ever found that before. A little too far down. What's this? Silver. So I think it was something else over here I wanted to look at real quick. Yeah, right over here. What was this? Bed. Cuts of Skyrim. What's that? Okay. I'll just ignore that. Kind of weird just finding a random bed. I mean, I know there's one near Whiterun. Well, the damn it, I forgot the name of that watchtower where you fight the first dragon.
This certainly has turned out to be a rather miserable afternoon.
Hey, there's people alive here.
You speak to a vigilant of Stendar. Cavort with any Daedra, and we will hunt you down.
Sorry. You're a vigilant of Stendar?
Yes. Our order was founded after the Oblivion Crisis. We dedicate our lives to facing the threat of Daedra wherever they appear. We're quartered in the Hall of the Vigilant. Keeper Carset heads Skyrim's branch of our order there.
Yeah, they're gone
healing
and
justice
he's dead.
as needed.
Well.
None escape the vigil. All come into the light.
I'm taking that gold, sir.
Stendar's mercy be upon you, for the vigil has none to spare.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
The
here.
mercy of Stendar does not.
For some reason, I remember coming up here once, and there was only like one. Well, at least there's still a stronghold for them left. So, where's the road at? go this way. Bears!
Where'd you
Did I kill it by blowing? Okay. Poor guy. My shot was too powerful for it. Where am I? What is this? Why is this place on fire? Stay over there and I'll stay over here. What happened here? Hello? Hello? Is there anyone? Oh dear. Oh dear, the whole place is a mess. Oh no. What are you trying to do a ritual? Is that why there's fire everywhere?
Let's move faster. The sun's...
Ooh.
It's not great for my skin, if you know what
So I think that's going to be a dragon priest right over there, and I don't really want to deal with a dragon priest right now. Is that a bear trapped in the wall? What? Well. Better not mess with that bear. I fear he's too strong for me. These hunters? He's like, hi there, dear.
We are on the hunt.
I can see
All right,
that.
then.
He's like, that's close enough, dear. So here's a burial mound. Oh. Wait, why are we getting...
I'll show you a real fight.
What did I do?
Done and done.
Oh well, must have run off.
Why did he want me dead? How are you, sir? Are you?
We won't return empty-handed.
You're not gonna kill me too, are you? What is going on with this
bright
deer?
out here.
Wait, she brought the deer back from the dead? Okay. I have no idea what's going on. Who are you?
Hey, there you are, you drunken bastard. I did it, so pay up.
What? Who are you?
We caroused together with Sam Guiven, remember? We broke into the Temple of Debella. How much did you end up drinking? You and Sam dared me to go into that bandit camp? Well, I did, and brought back his stupid hat like you said. So give me the 10,000 gold you promised.
What? I don't remember any of that. Be reasonable.
Well, alright. Just because we're friends. Give me, say, 750 gold, and we can call it even.
Alright, alright. Here you go.
Thanks. You and Sam drink too hard for me. Think I'll take my gold and go buy something for this headache.
Nice to have met you. He gave me a hat. Why did you give me a hat? What's going on? And now the orc is following us because we brought the deer back to life. Oh no. Okay, that way takes me to a dragon, I think. It's not where I want to go. What is happening? I've never encountered that guy either in this whole game. Well, in the original, at least. Alright.
Here we go.
Get back.
You were looking rather nice today. I just can't resist someone wearing tight-fitting armor.
Shadowstone. Alright. I guess that's the key for the Nightingales. Oh, you brought a fox back to life, apparently. Oh, that's a cute little fella. Shame it isn't permanent. You should talk to Freya in Midgard. See if you can get a spell that lasts as long as Mimir's head does. But
Where'd you come from?
now what? Oh, another assassin. Let me guess. Ah, yes, Byrnjolf Norden. Black Sacrament has been made. You would need to give that up. I'm not going down that easily. There's a windmill here. Hello there.
Got to thinking. Honest pay for honest work. I just don't know it yet.
My husband and I were just recently married.
Oh, congrats. Lucky for you. I, on the other hand, have to go deliver some bad news to poor woman with a child. That her husband died. It's getting foggy out.
I'm a true Nord. If you know any true sons and daughters of Skyrim, tell them to head to Windhelm. Ulfric Stormcloak.
I'm telling you that to a man that is wearing elven armor.
I've heard of this mystical natural wonder known as the Fountain of Booze. Do you think the stories are true? I sure hope so. If I ever found it, I would never go sober again.
Ah, this must be the middle over here.
Can I help you?
Ah, what the hell? Or you could go outside when I'm trying to go inside.
Here. So, any luck finding my louse of a husband?
About that.
No, it can't be. Oh my. And all this time I was thinking he'd been unfaithful to me. I feel so stupid. I've been a fool, wasting my time sitting here helpless when I could have sent help sooner. Perhaps this is all my doing. What's done is done. Here, I want you to have this. Bringing me closure was kind of you.
Thanks.
Drop by and see us again if you're ever in the area.
The Imperials think we need their laws.
Well, yeah, I'll just maintain order. Oh, I walked completely past that cave, apparently.
It'll be good to get out of the sun for a while.
Sun, it's pitch black outside. Okay, so. Don't worry about it. All I have to do is drop that. And this. Good night.
I'm okay with the dark, but I've spent more than my share of time in caves already.
What am I doing? Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Did you want something?
I am so confused. What?
Oh, I hope there aren't any bears or spiders in this cave. Nearly every cave I go in is full of undesirable things.
I'm so confused. Okay, what does this do? Shock damage, huh?
Over here.
Who's there?
Kill you.
Oh, it's Seduceress.
That you will never get to me.
That'll teach you.
Okay. Wasn't expecting that to happen. All right. Well, she brought him back from the dead. Poor guy. Uh oh, dog's upset. Okay. Let's go back to the house. Drop off everything again. So was I not supposed to drop those? Was I supposed to place them in there?
You.
You're welcome. Oh, God.
Let's get indoors.
Brought him all the way to Whiterun.
Anywhere, just out of this.
Oh, maybe he was happy that he...
What's on your mind? Yippee! I love holding people's junk.
Maybe he was happy about this. Serana, put your clothes back on.
Time to move, I guess.
Okay, so weapons. I don't need that. Or that. Or that. Or that. Or these. Or that. Okay, so guess I can go back to Markarth. Guess I could go in there and clear that out. Since I've been in there. Almost forgot, there's also a quest if I break into the lower half of Debella's temple. Nice trap! Okay. Some underground ruins.
I'd sure like the idea of crouching down behind you. If you dare let one go, then you could forget me helping you. Why am I even talking?
Huh? Who's there? Done and done.
Uh-oh.
Who's there?
Drop while you still can.
No! You give up while you still can. Oh, wait, he's already dead. I had a feeling there's gonna be something up here. Oh god, it's so dark.
I was always taught to avoid these types of ruins. Where'd you come from?
clearly right there. Oh, there you are. Oh. I guess it goes in deeper. Huh? Where am I?
Over here.
Who's there?
No one's here. Not even me. There he goes.
Metal. Who's there?
That was a little late death.
Come and face the war.
Oh, I will.
I knew I heard something.
Stand still.
Come on, I want to blow him off. Goodbye. Oh. Well, that's a lot of bats. Amulet of Zenithor.
Just look at the stunning view. What? I wasn't looking at you. I was looking at... Okay, I was looking at you.
There's a door right there. What? Oh, wait, isn't this where I'm supposed to... You know what? How about I come back here another time? 'Cause I have a feeling I need to come back here again at some point. I just get this aching feeling that this might be connected to the quest involving the Bella Temple. So let's just go down here and go to town. Where are you? Human person. Like, did you just call me a skooma person? And not even willing to buy? Come on. Look, they're still standing here.
I want you sellswords out of my mind.
Watch your tongue, native. We'll leave when we're sure there's no Forsworn here.
Oh, and when would that be, I wonder? Will I sell my land to the Silverbloods?
The Silverbloods have made you a very generous offer for this pile of dirt. I suggest you take it.
Ah. Well now. Seems problematic.
I'm Ina Thatcher's right-hand man.
I work in the mines. I hunt. Everything else I do.
If the Forsworn aren't attacking my town, the Nords are trying to force me off it.
Are you in charge here?
My family has owned Karthwasten for generations. Rare for anyone in the Reach that isn't a Nord. Not that it does me any good. Nords think I'm working for the Forsworn. Forsworn think I'm working for the Nords.
Trouble with the mine?
Robbery is what it is. The Silverbloods are trying to muscle in on my land. Forsworn attack the mines, and suddenly all these sellswords show up to help. They won't let anyone work until I sell it off.
What if I convince them to leave?
You can try, but I'd keep your sword arm ready if things get ugly.
Who are the Silverbloods?
A family of thieves, running their corrupt empire from Markarth. The Silverblood family own half the Reach, and they won't stop until they own all of it. Until next time.
Guessing this is the mine over here. That's been boarded up. Knows me, this is not where I need to be. Of course. It's not Forsworn, it's a dragon. Get down here. Oh, come on. Stuck on a tree. Okay, I don't need that. But I will take the gold.
The dragons. That would be really disturbing if you did.
Alright, where are you?
We're in control of this mine. No sudden moves. We're in control of this mine. No sudden moves.
I just killed a dragon outside.
I've been sent by Silverbloods to keep this mine safe.
Really? Maybe you should have kept the town safe.
The mine is closed. Get lost.
Why have you shut down the mine?
Forsworn attacked a while back. Jarl had no men to spare, so the Silverbloods generously offered to send us to clean things up. We just want that old native to hand over his land in payment for our services. Then we'll leave, and everyone can get back to work.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Right.
Who are the Silverbloods?
You haven't heard of the Silverblood family? They're the most important people in the Reach. They practically own the city of Markarth, and we're here on their coin.
Who's in charge here?
I'm not from here. I'm a sellsword. These are my men.
Well, I want you and your men to leave.
Helping out Einethach, huh? Give me a reason not to plunge a dagger in your chest.
I just killed a dragon outside. Whole town wants you out. Leave.
Let's see them make us.
And here, have some gold.
That I will, stranger. This is more than the Silverbloods are paying us. We'll clear out. Mm-hmm.
Well, at least it didn't end up in a fight. Where'd you come from? Is that from the attack? What? I don't remember that body being there. Also, wasn't it daytime when I went in that cave? Also, this is Oliver's house. Just a literal copy of it. Oh, hello.
Can't a man have a bit of privacy? Get out of here!
Well, lock your door then!
I'm one of the few native sons of the Reach that owns land. Doesn't make me very popular.
The sell swords won't be a problem now.
That won't be the last we hear from the Silverbloods. But at least we can get back to work. Thank you. You've done a good thing for me and my workers. Here, this is for you.
Well, at least I made some of my
Good
gold
day.
back. There's the guy that yelled at me.
Sarnak mine is open again. How am I supposed to handle all this work?
He didn't want it to be open? Yeah, well, they're finally leaving.
Good to see you again, friend.
For your help, I'm sending word to the orc strongholds that you'll be trusted. You should be welcome there now.
Hey! What do you know? Town, small town? You end up getting thanked by a whole bunch of orcs. Alright. So the sword is over there. As well as cash. Also, here where I can retrieve the designs. At some point I'm going to need to go back into the city. No, I kind of want to go back into the city. Who are you people?
Walk always in the light, or we will drag you to it.
Jeez, alright.
Stendar's mercy be upon you, for the vigil has none to spare.
Wow. You people are pricks. much gold do I have? Wow, 13k? Or 13 grand? Or whatever the word's supposed to be used for. Thing up there. I'm not even sure I'm supposed to get up there. What the? Wait, walk on the road like people. Mud crab people. Mud crab people. Mud crab people. Taste like a mud crab. Walk like people. What? How did that thing go? Forgot. It's been a while since I've seen South Park. I think I've only ever watched it up to season 4 or 5. Hello.
For a dragon to attack Kynes Grove. Why?
Well, what am I supposed to do? Never leave the house? You want that ending?
You're closing this stall, and that's final.
You want to give up now, out of fear? Is that what we're going to teach our daughter?
Mama, why are you and Papa fighting?
We're not fighting, we're just...
I best be on my best behavior here. The Sidna Mines is supposed to be the
Mama and
most
Papa will
brutal
talk
prison in all of Skyrim.
The bloodiest beef in the Reach. Ah, Lindrel Hall's a fine home if you can afford it. The steward in the keep can tell you more.
Oh, did you need something? What can I do for you?
Damn.
Are you looking for a gift for a friend, perhaps? Or a lover?
This city looks so ancient. Have you been here long?
My family came here centuries ago. We made a good living smithing the silver that flows through the city. But you probably wanted to know about the fancy carvings and stonework, didn't you? Travelers always do. Here, I have a delivery I need to make to Calcimo. Why don't you take it to him? He knows the history of Markarth better than anyone.
I'll make sure he gets it.
Thank you. He can be a bit difficult, but I'm sure he'll appreciate your help. Come back if you need a new
What's that
ring or
notification
necklace.
I got on my tablet? Something about Andrew Tate getting bodied by a team? What?
Don't try to haggle with me. Buy or leave.
Dare I ask where all this wheat comes from?
Ah, now that is a good question. Where does Hogni get the finest, freshest meat from all over the Reach? The answer is simple. Orcs. There is a stronghold nearby whose hunters can butcher a deer in seconds. Now having an orc for a wife would be something, yes. Strong and bulky. Too bad they don't let people go beyond the walls. Let me show you where they are. Maybe they welcome you.
Redguard
Maybe they put an
craftsmanship
arrow
in
in your
every
face.
piece.
Who knows?
Well, thanks. I had some questions about the city.
Do I look like a guide? Only thing I do is sell meat. Are you going to buy or not?
I can buy information?
Come back when you
Fine.
need more meat. Bring gold.
Did you hear all that noise outside?
It's just the market rabble. We should get back to work. You there, if you're here to trade, step up to the counter. No, I'm not Arnleif. Yes, I know it's called Arnleif and Sons.
Did I meet somebody named Arnleif? So, who's Arnleif?
I inherited the store from my husband. His father was Arnleif. My husband, Gunnar, died about 5 years ago. Forsworn attack. I miss that stubborn oaf.
Gunnar? There was an attack in the marketplace.
No, as if trade wasn't poor enough. Now there's violence in
What
the
the-
streets. It was the Forsworn, wasn't it? I lose dozens of shipments every season to those barbarians. Now they're in the city? Gods help us.
There's a lot of cobwebs around here. I'm sure the store has seen better days, hasn't it?
Oh, by the divines, is it that obvious? I swear, if my Gunnar was alive to see me now. This store would finally be on its feet if I hadn't lost my last shipment to the Forsworn attacks. A specially made Dibella statuette. You aren't for hire, are you? A sellsword? I'll pay you if you can recover that statuette from the Forsworn.
I'll do it.
Thank you. I'll have a sum of gold waiting for you when you return. Come back whenever you need something.
Is that the best you can do?
What? What?
You don't know anything about this house? No.
I work
Anyone
silver,
seen
like
entering
my
or
father.
leaving?
His
Strange
father
lights
before.
or unusual noises.
It's abandoned, and it's always been abandoned.
Bloodiest beef in the region.
Excuse me, do you know anything about this house? Seen anyone enter or leave?
No, I haven't. Why are you asking?
I'm with the Vigil of Stendar. We believe this house might have been used for Daedra worship, eagle rites, and so forth.
Do you need any help?
I was actually just about to head on inside. Be good to have someone watch my back. Follow me, and keep your eyes open. Daedra are powerful creatures and tricksters. Never know what you'll find.
Fresh food. No wood rot on the furniture. Someone's been here. Recently. But people I asked say no one enters or leaves. Wait,
That's fine, I
did you
can just
hear
take
that?
everything in here.
He
What?
came this way.
Baskets moving on their own!
That's it. Something's inside the house. Come on. Get to the bottom of this.
But, there's stuff.
Come out. You know you're here. There's another door. See if you can get it open. Stendar's mercy. This isn't an ordinary Daedra. We have to get help.
Weak.
Ow!
He's weak.
Pot at me.
Strong. Crush him.
You first. Come on. Let's go.
No. Kill him. Crush his bones. Tear at
There's no
his
denying
flesh.
someone with that kind of power. We gotta do as he says and kill him quick. Before he kills us.
You will kill or you will die.
I don't want to die. I can't die here. The Daedra has us. It's you or me.
Out of all the David princes,
Your reward
Sanguine
is
is the only
waiting
one I
for
would
you,
actually consider worshipping.
Further down.
He really understands how to have a good time and knows the...
Do I have an enemy left, Sundar?
Importance of alcohol?
No, the lighting in there is terrible.
That can't be good.
Yes, further into the bowels.
I was so afraid just then when he trapped you inside of the thing. I thought we were dead for sure. Especially when I found out it was Malik Bal, the Daedric Prince of Domination. Possibly the most fearsome and evil of them all.
Okay, that's kind of jumping the gun here.
You better do as he says, because I would rather someone else be dominated by him than myself. I prefer to be the one doing the dominating.
You don't say.
So close. Your prize is waiting.
I hope he doesn't mean bowels as in the kind inside of people. Otherwise that would be kind of gross.
Fool. Did you think Moleg Bal, the Lord of Domination, would so easily reward you? What do you see from that little cage? Speak.
A mace. It's rusted.
Rusted. Dry. There was a time when this mace dripped with the blood of the feeble and the worthless. But a Daedric lord has his enemies, and my rival Boethia had her priest desecrated, left it here to decay, until you came.
You want revenge on Boethia?
Revenge? No. I want submission. I want the priest who did this to bend his knee and give me his soul. He comes by to perform Boethia's insulting rites at my altar, but he's been missing, captured and bound, left to rot. Save him. Let him perform his rite one more time. And when he does, we will be waiting for him.
Okay. Isn't Molag Bal the person that, well, the Daedric prince that created vampires?
Does drinking milk make me a milk drinker?
Yes.
I'm confused. I drink milk, but I'm also tough. I drink as much meat as the other lords. So what does that make me?
That's the pot that hurt me. What? This kettle is evil.
I work silver, like my father, and his father before him.
Nothing like jumping off the edge with your daughter.
Bloody enough for you, outsider?
Excuse me?
Markarth, is it bloody enough for you?
Are you threatening me?
If I was threatening you, believe me, you'd know it. You outsiders never learn. If the Forsworn don't get you, the guards will throw you in Sidna mine to work your fingers off. Think that's water in the river? Blood and silver are what flows through Markarth, friend.
What do you mean by blood and silver?
It's right there in the name of the most powerful family in Markarth, the Silverbloods. They have a whole mine filled with prisoners to dig up silver ore, get smelted by workers they pay, and they own half the city. I work for them. The inn is named after them. When the guards make an arrest, they check with them first.
You live here in Markarth?
No. I live in a nice house in Solitude, where the air isn't filled with smoke from the silver smelters, and golden-haired girls shine my shield.
Been here ever since I left the Bard's College. Turns out a few muscles earn more gold than a damn loot. The Silverbloods pay me, let me crack a few skulls, and keep the guards off my back. That's all I need.
I'm looking for work.
Jarl is who you want to talk to. Always coin to be made killing off some Forsworn in the hills. As long as you don't mind going axe to axe with a bunch of Daedra-worshipping savages who practice the dark arts.
So which Daedra do the Forsworn worship?
Yeah.
Treasury house.
I trust you're not planning any trouble. What can I do for you, friend?
Hello.
The Treasury House is really just for patrons of the Silverblood family. You don't belong here. I'm sorry. We're only interested in helping our patrons.
I just want to know about the Silverbloods.
It's an old family, very well respected throughout the Reach. The Silverbloods run nearly all the lands in this hold, as well as the local inn. And of course they own Sidna Mine, the finest prison and source of silver in Skyrim.
Who's in charge here?
You want Thonar Silverblood. He handles all the family business. If you're here to talk politics, though, you'd want his brother, Thongvor. He spends most of his time in Understone Keep.
What kind of patrons do you have?
For one, the landowners of the Reach. It goes without saying that they rely heavily on us for our silver and support. All the miners, farmers, and laborers in the Reach get their daily wages through us. Nepos the Nose handles that part of our business. He has a way with the workers.
Nepos the Nose.
I have records I need to tend to.
You just let old Nana know if you need anything. All right, dear? I've worked in the Treasury House for almost 20 years.
I'm married to Thonar Silverblood. Keep that in mind while you're speaking to me.
Okay.
My husband Thonar handles all our family's business. He's an important man.
You're an important family, I take it.
My dear vagrant, we're the only family worth knowing in Markarth. We own everything in this city, even the jail. And guess who owns the Silverblood Inn? Not that we named it that. The people just insisted.
So you married Thonar? What's he like?
He's the real head of this family. He may not be the eldest, but all the work that keeps us respected is handled by my Thonar. Yes, I was bored talking to you anyway.
There isn't an inch of this building that I haven't cleaned up.
I work for the Silverbloods. Help clean.
Is he telling me to help clean, or is he saying that he helps clean?
Just here to work.
I work silver, like my father, and his father before him.
Why are you bothering me, kinsman?
Want to know more about Markarth?
Then you're talking to the wrong man. You want that elf in the keep, Calcimo. The only thing I'll tell you about Markarth is to stay out of our business. We have enough around here without some outsider causing trouble. I should get back to work. Bother someone else.
Lightly armored means light on
Wow,
your
what a
feet.
prick.
Smart.
Maybe I should have asked him about work.
You see those warriors from Hammerfell?
They've got curved swords.
Come on in. The Silverblood Inn has plenty of strong drink and clean rooms.
Apparently alchemists eat ingredients to learn how
This
to make
is the
potions.
Silverblood Inn.
That doesn't sound
I'll
very
let you figure
pleasant
out
to
who
me.
owns it by yourself.
I mean, who in the right mind would eat a giant
Heard any
skull
rumors
with
lately?
troll fat?
Degane the
As for
beggar
eating
got himself
pickles and
kicked out of the
antlers?
Temple of
That
Dibella.
sounds painful.
Caused quite the ruckus. Remember, ale is cheaper than blood in Markarth.
There's no shipments coming in, so I do nothing. Just drink. You a fighting man? How about a little bet?
See something about a bet?
I'm drunk, and it's been a while since I had a good fight. 100 septum says I can take you. Barehanded.
Our hero claims a warrior's heart.
That's the spirit. Let's go.
M-A-F.
It's an old
Do your work.
Don't mind us, just two grown men fighting.
I'll raise a cup of grave. That's all you got. Keep those hands up. Wait, I can still fight. No, I can't.
You lost. Give me my money.
Fair fight. Here you are. My favorite drinking buddy. Let's get some mead.
So where do you work?
Arnleaf and Sons Trading Company. I'm a porter. Just some muscle hired to move heavy packages. But we don't get any shipments in. Forsworn attack every caravan. So all I do is sit here and drink. I think I'm going to get another drink.
Unlike my husband Klepper, I watch after our guests. I should remind Klepper to clean this place up. Nothing, you pig-headed oaf.
What can an old skald do for you, huh?
Skald? Is that some kind of bard?
That's about the truth of it. Write tales about the sights I've seen, the battles I've fought. Earned quite a name for myself when I was younger. The Bard's College still teaches some of my work to their students. Well, you've come to the right place.
Okay. Let's put in the alt again. Okay. I don't really care about that. Can't really do anything with that. Put in the one-handed.
Fighting to you.
I'm what you'd call a soldier of fortune. Make me an offer, and I just might fight at your side. Watch your back, friend. Better yet,
I'm sorry.
pay me to do it for
I'm
you.
still a bit dizzy from everything.
Any idea why Waylon attacked you?
No. I was just buying jewelry for my sister in Cyrodiil. I've never even seen that man before.
Do you remember anything about the attack?
Not much. One moment I was buying a necklace, and The rest is just a blur. All right, then.
Need something? Hi there.
Who are
yes? Is there something I can do for you?
You come right to me if you find an unwashed floor or a lumpy bed.
He's still down. Not much going on in there. Oh god.
Tacitus, what is this?
A node?
Is that what you call it? In the Legion, we would have called it useless. Look how brittle the metal is. I'm sorry. Well, I used to be an adventurer like you. And I took an arrow. What? You would skip a step? Not heat the metal all the way through? Useless. Now do it again. Need a new blade?
Where'd you learn to smith?
Grew up in a stronghold. Every orc girl tended the forge at some point. Girl has to grow up, and life in the stronghold asks for a lot in return. So I joined the Legion, mastered my trade there.
Grew up in a stronghold?
That's right. An orc stronghold. Kept to ourselves, lived as our ancestors would have wanted. Wasn't enough for me, though. I left. Didn't want to end up as the third wife of some lowly chieftain.
So what's wrong with your apprentice?
Tacitus? Boy's an Imperial. I keep showing him how to treat the iron, but he never gets it. In the Legion, the Imperial smiths used to read books when they couldn't set their hammers straight. Wisdom of the old, I guess. If you find a book called The Last Scabbard of Aklish, would you bring it to me? Tacitus sure isn't learning by example.
I'll bring one if I find it.
Thanks.
I need training.
It's an honorable craft. I'll show you what I can.
This is common? Huh. Okay.
Let me know if you need something.
I'm Goy's assistant. I help him with the forge.
You're not one of my workers. What are you doing here?
One of your workers?
You hard of hearing. I run this smelter, and I'm late meeting our silver quota. What do you want?
You own the smelter?
What? No. Thonar Silverblood owns it. He owns everything in Markarth. But he hands all the paperwork over to Nepos, the nose, to finish. That old man's back is heavy with burden.
What do you know about the Forsworn?
Every other day, seems one of the laborers runs off to the hills saying he'll join the Forsworn. You don't like the Nords? Fine. But pledging your whole life to killing them, that's just dumb. Fight well.
I spill just a bit of metal and Mullish takes it out of my hide.
You having trouble with Mullish?
He's a damn tyrant, always being goaded by the Silverbloods to get more work out of us. They pay us next to nothing. We get beaten if we make a mistake. And where are our kind Nord rulers? What are they doing?
What if I talk to Mullish?
You're gonna try to talk sense into that orc? I'll believe it when I see it.
Who else works here?
Me and Hathrasil mostly. Mullish barks at us all day, but I wouldn't call that honest work. A few people in the Warrens used to work here. Degane broke some bones a while back. Altris quit. Kareen is too sick.
Tell me about the Forsworn.
We've lost a lot of good people to that damn crusade. Drive out the Nords, they say. Well, the Nord ain't driven out. See you.
They don't like us talking to people when we work. Mullish, big orc fella. Can't miss him. Don't get involved in that nonsense. Just want to work. Mm-hmm.
It's so bright out here. I don't know how you stand it.
These workers, always complaining, always excuses.
Look, I want you to leave this guy alone.
What? Are you telling me how to treat my workers? Do you have any idea how much metal the Silverblood family wants us to smelt?
You're working him to death. Lay off.
All right, all right. You sound like a damn Legion officer, but I get it. I'll give him a break. This better not hurt our quota. Until next time.
I thought that was a person back there.
Leave or be removed.
I'm leaving.
If a man had...
Is that fur coming out of your ears? I spilled just a bit of metal and mollushed. I don't believe it. Someone's sticking up for us? Here, it's a week's wages for me, but you've earned every coin.
Kinda wish I could be like, nah, don't worry about it.
Let me guess. Someone stole your sweet.
Yes, but don't worry. You won't be hearing from them again.
The Warrens isn't a place for your type. What do you want?
What are the Warrens?
It's where you go when you can't afford a room anywhere else. About the time they opened the mines, someone got the idea to throw beds in here. Laborers, the sick, the lame, we're all here.
So only the poor and or the sick live here?
That's right. Welcome to Markarth, traveler. Thank the Divines you can choose to live somewhere else. Uh-huh.
Don't know anyone here who doesn't have rattles or ataxia.
Hmm?
Yes?
Do you need help? Looks like you could use some help. You live in these kind of rooms? Phew, that's horrible.
Yes?
These people need better living conditions.
I oversee Markarth's smelter. Worker gets out of line, I get him back.
The Hag's Cure is here for all your discreet needs. I have potions for disease, love sickness, irritating children.
The Hag's Cure, that's a unique name.
Comes with living to a ripe old age. People start thinking there's something magical about you. Then, the insults. Still, a little knowledge of plants and potions can get you by. Not that anyone likes to admit buying things from you. See? I even have a little potion for the steward. Mind handing it over to him? Just say it should solve that problem he has.
Make sure he gets it.
Thank you.
So, what's your opinion on Markarth?
We'd be better off without the Silverbloods. They send their brute, Ingvar, to shake some coins from me every few days. And Betrid Silverblood is always asking for more potions to fuel Thonar's ambitions. Gives him a temper fiercer than any bear.
What? Is he taking steroids or something? What do you know about the Forsworn?
Only that they break an old woman's heart. So many friends, so many kin, all lost trying to rebuild a past that was over long ago. Now, you let me know if you need a cure or anything else.
Why did it sound like you were trying to talk dirty to me? Where'd the other girl go? Serrana, Sophia, no, no. Okay. No, seriously, where did the other girl go to?
The Hag's Cure is here for all your discreet needs.
I have no idea where that girl went to.
It's down the stairs, dear. Just come right in.
She was like right over here, wasn't she? Did she disappear through the floor or something? Well, no idea where they are. So talk to them some other time. Let's go up here then.
We are the region northeast, across the river. Forsworn have taken refuge in Broken Tower Redoubt.
Oh, don't worry, I've already cleared it out.
What are you hiding, priest?
I'm not hiding anything. It's closed for a reason.
Typical Imperial lies. First, you take away Talos. Now you're keeping us from seeing our honored dead? You and the Jarl will answer for any desecration of my ancestors.
Children creep me out. Is it just me, or do they all look the same? If we had kids, what do you suppose they would look like? Oh no, I meant hypothetically. Not that I would want to. Although you are. I'm just going to shut up now before I really embarrass myself.
What are you doing in here?
Don't bother with Tacitus. Useless.
You here to see the Yard. No sudden moves, understand?
You there. You another Imperial puppet? Answer me.
I don't know what you're talking about.
There's a war on and you don't know what I'm talking about. The Empire is destroying everything Skyrim stands for.
In what way?
Jarl Igmund can refuse to see me all he wants. The Silverblood family will be heard.
You said something about Talos?
That's a true Nord hero. A legend. So great that the Divines themselves lifted his soul into the heavens and made him a god. He founded the Empire, and now they've turned their back on him to appease the elves. Elves. Do the elves rule Skyrim, or do the Nords?
What's this about elves?
They started the Great War. Nearly destroyed the Imperial City. Then the Emperor took the coward's way out and surrendered. Now, the elves dictate everything we do. And they don't want us acknowledging a mere human like Talos as the god he is.
Well, better to lose a god than lose an empire, I guess. So why should the Jarl listen to you?
We own Sidna Mine, best prison in Skyrim, and source of half the wealth in this city. We keep the Reach safe. We flood Markarth with wealth. But does the Jarl listen to us when we want to say? No. He's busy forgetting that Ulfric Stormcloak saved this city from the Forsworn. Ulfric's a hero, not a damn criminal.
Ulfric saved Markarth? How?
He used the Thum. shouted those forsworn from the walls. Then he led a band of Nord warriors in to take the city. Just like Talos himself at the Battle of Old Hroldan, reclaiming the Reach from those heathen natives. Stay out of trouble in my city.
Best pleased. Men already constantly complain about being shouted at by their wives. I mean, can you imagine a Dragonborn woman shouting at her husband? That would really give him something to complain about.
I'm Gors's assistant. I help her with the forge. You have the honor of addressing a member of the Thalmor. Bask in it.
You're not from Markarth, I take it.
As if this craggy wretch of a city could give birth to a superiorly bred mer such as myself. No, I'm not from Markarth. I was sent here to lead the Thalmor's interests in this corner of Skyrim. It's my mission to root out all Talos worship in this city.
Why are you after Talos worshippers?
It's a religious matter. The Thalmor do not recognize Talos as a god. He was only a man, and does not deserve a place in our pantheon. The Empire has agreed to accept our beliefs, and its citizens have a responsibility to cease their heretical worship. You're awfully inquisitive, aren't you? I like that. Perhaps you'd care to solve a little problem I'm having.
I'm interested. What is it?
Ogmund the Scout. He's old, respected, and I know for a fact that he worships Talos in his home. But the Jarl has been hesitant to call for his arrest. I want you to break into his home and find evidence.
Oh, that poor old man. Who are the Thalmor?
We're the ruling body of the Old Mary Dominion. Saviors of Mer. Victors of the Great War. The Empire exists because we allow it to exist. And I'm here to make sure the Jarl of Markarth remembers that.
What do you mean, Saviors of Mer?
The Thalmor saved all of Elvenkind during the Oblivion Crisis. We've been watching over our lands for 200 years. We refounded the Old Mary Dominion, an alliance between us and our Bosmer cousins. You might know them from their common name, Wood Elves. We intend to prove the superiority of Mer over man, 1 century at a time. All right then.
Oh, good luck with that.
Old Warren City underneath the keep.
Who are you to approach the Jarl of Markarth?
Stay clear if you don't want a steam centurion carving you up.
I'm just looking for work.
Very well. You may approach the mournful throne, but watch your words. Keep your eyes open for Forsworn when you're on the roads.
I'm Igmund's uncle, as well as his steward.
Well, I have a delivery for you.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Here you go. Some gold for your assistance.
Did I just give him Viagra?
Discretion.
Did I just give him Viagra? I'm looking for work. Got any leads?
The Jarl has put out a bounty on the dragon that's been terrorizing the countryside. Here, take a look at this decree for details.
So, I guess werewolves are... Shall we give some of our hard-earned money to the poor? Nah, let's waste it all on mead.
Yeah, I gave him a stallion potion. So yeah, pretty much Viagra.
You speak to Igmund, son of Orolfdir, Jarl of Markarth.
You're the Jarl? I'm looking for work.
Are you a sellsword? I don't like your kind. No honor, no loyalty, unreliable. But I can't turn away a potential ally in these times. Let's see if you're better than a common mercenary. My scouts have tracked down one of the Forsworn leaders, hiding out in their blood-soaked camps. Deal with them.
It will be done.
We will see.
So, dragons have returned to Skyrim.
Yes, I know. We have some advantages if they come here. The city is built into the mountainside, so it's hard to reach into, even from the skies. And everything is made of stone, even the beds. We'll have no trouble from Dragon's Fire here.
The war been hard on Markarth?
It all started here, this rebellion. When the Empire lost the Reach during the Great War, we became desperate. We promised a group of Nord militia free worship in exchange for their help retaking the hold. Then the elves found out about it. We were forced to arrest all of them. Ulfric Stormcloak, their leader, used the whole thing as proof that the Empire had abandoned Skyrim. The rebels called it the Markarth Incident. It was the founding day for the Stormcloaks, and where this war really started.
There was an attack in the marketplace.
My guards told me. Poor Margaret. And witnesses report that the attacker was shouting some nonsense about being a Forsworn. I want to make things clear. Markarth has its troubles, but there are no Forsworn in this city. They are only a threat in the hills and along the roads where they live. Everywhere else, we are in control.
Why did you arrest the Nord militia?
The White Gold Concordant. Our treaty with the elves after the Great War forbids free worship of Talos. But that's what we promised Ulfric and his men. It seems foolish looking back, but at the time we were hoping the elves wouldn't find out. So when they did find out, it was either we arrest Ulfric and the militia, or enter into yet another war with the Aldmeri Dominion. The choice was clear, and now Ulfric threatens the thinly veiled peace we sacrificed so much for.
The Empire lost the Reach before? How?
When the Aldmeri Dominion invaded the Imperial City, the Legion all but turned a blind eye to the other provinces. Many of the disgruntled natives of the Reach used the opportunity to depose the Empire, and founded what they called an independent kingdom. It was little more than a chaotic uprising, but the Reach was removed from Imperial authority for 2 years before we reclaimed it. But the leaders of the uprising refused our offers of peace. They fled into the hills and became the Forsworn. I want no mercy for those Forsworn. Understand?
As his housecarl, Igman's security is my chief concern.
I'm Calcelmo's nephew. I help him around the laboratory.
What are you doing here? The excavation site is closed. I don't need any more workers or guards.
Excavation site?
Neshuan-Zel? The ruins underneath Markarth? The wealth of artifacts that I've based 2 human lifetimes of research on? You idiot! Do you even know who I am? The most recognized scholar on the Dwemer in all of Tamriel. And you people keep bothering me. I'm sorry, I got too excited. I'm in the middle of some very stressful work, and I shouldn't have yelled. How can I help you?
I had a delivery from Kara.
Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting to pick that up. Poor Kira. Such a patient woman. Now, you're supposed to get something for your trouble, aren't you? How about some gold? People seem to like that, I notice.
I'd like to see the excavation site.
Persistent, aren't you? Oh, very well. Who am I to stand in the way of curiosity? I'll let you in if you agree to something for me. There's a giant spider in Neshuan-Zel. My workers call her Nimi, the poisoned one. If you deal with Nimi, I'll let you into both the excavation site and my Dwemer museum. What do you say?
That spider is as good as dead.
Enthusiasm. Good. Here's the key to the dig site.
So, you're researching the drummer?
Yes. Their history and culture is all around us in Markarth. A race of stonecutters, artisans, and engineers. They invented machines and built elaborate underground cities where they researched powers to rival the gods themselves. And then, at a time we are still not sure when, they disappeared. The whole people, all at once, leaving behind only their works.
Why do you need guards?
To protect my research, for one. There are more cutthroat scholars out there who would steal my findings if they got the chance. And the excavations into Nichuan are dangerous. Dwemer machines and traps still function, even after thousands of years. What? Oh, goodbye.
If it's about the Hall of the Dead, no, you can't go in there.
Why not?
I can't talk about it. Rest assured, the Jarl hears everyone's concerns. You will be able to visit the dead again soon.
I could help if you tell me.
All right. I was going to suggest the Jarl hire someone to sort this mess out anyway. We've discovered that some of the dead have been eaten. Flesh has been chewed off. Bones were snapped to get at the marrow inside. We haven't caught anyone or anything yet. It's like it knows when I'm there. If you can get to the bottom of this, the priesthood of Arcade will reward you. Take my key, and be careful. Tread lightly in the hall. You don't know what's in there.
Not many would walk blindly into a crypt, smelling of steel and blood, but not fear.
Are you on a speaker?
I feel the hunger inside of you, gnawing at you. You see the dead, and your mouth grows wet. Your stomach growls.
What are you saying?
It's all right. I will not shun you for what you are. Stay. I will tell you everything you have forgotten. You were young when you first tasted human flesh, weren't you? A brother or sister had died? An accident, of course. Then the hunger set in. Curiosity. What's the harm in just one bite? It's okay now. You found a friend who understands you. You can let go of your guilt.
Oh, what are you talking about?
A lot of our kind block out the memory of their first meal. The shame is too much. But you don't need to hide anymore. Namira, the Lady of Decay, accepts you for what you are. She has a place for us where we can sate our appetites without judgment.
Does this have to do with when I turned into a werewolf? I don't really remember much when that happened. So where is this place?
It's inside Reachcliff Cave. But the dead have stirred from their slumber recently, and I was forced here. Meet me there. We'll fight our way to Namira's embrace together. Until then, tell the people of Markarth that their dead won't be disturbed anymore. We have bigger plans ahead.
She had some very lovely hair.
You've returned. What happened in the... Divines preserve you. You're a hero. We'll reopen the hall right away. Here, take my amulet as a reward.
Oh, hey, I got 3 of them now.
Arcade protect you.
Well, I think I have 3 of them. I might even have more.
Right.
Mind your own business, will you?
I kind of want to go in there later.
Let me guess. Someone stole your sweet roll.
How'd you know? Oh, there you are.
I'm Bothella's assistant. She's the one you should talk to if you need an herb or a potion.
Alrighty then.
do you need?
How about a septum? Wait, make that 2 septums. I feel like living it up.
Did you say something about money?
Aye, a whole heap of it. You see that temple? Way up there? All them women keeping to themselves? Won't let poor Degain in, nope. Not even for a look. But they've got a treasure in there. Gold statue size of a child. Who knows what they use it for, but I know what I'll use it for.
That kind of sounds a bit dirty there. So you want me to steal it?
Well, let's not put it like that. Wouldn't want the Thieves Guild catching wind of us, eh? Nah, just creep in and have a go at taking it out. I'll be here and pay you half of what my man in Riften promised for it. You'll be helping out an old beggar, and the divine smile on that sort of thing.
Okay, so is that? Oh wait, I don't want to do that right now. Is that? Don't need that right now, nor that.
Do you really think the city is as safe as they say it is? If the Forsworn can attack inside the walls, then it can't be all that safe. The guards trying to cover things up doesn't exactly give me much confidence either.
I'm sorry. You guys really like jumping off over there, don't you?
Travel southeast and you'll find an orc stronghold. Hands to yourself, sneak thief.
I'm sorry.
Doesn't matter if you can see.
So where are these elves? Clearly not over here.
You should talk to Anton if you need anything. He's the master
Before
chef.
you say anything, no, I am not from the Reach.
You're not from the Reach?
No, I'm a Breton from High Rock, and I refuse to be mistaken for a filthy native. I don't care if we share the same ancestors. These people are savages. Half of them are forsworn barbarians. And have you seen what they eat? What have I done for the gods to take me so far from my beloved Daggerfall?
So you're from Daggerfall then?
Yes, the finest court in all of High Rock. You think politics here or something? Well, we Bretons invented politics. That is where I learned to cook, and where I belong. Not here with all these dogs. All right then.
I have to work, or Anton will rip my head off.
Well, that would be terrible. So, here you go.
The Dominion is here, and we're watching you. Ah, there we have it. This will be all I need to have Ogmund taken care of. I would like to personally thank you on behalf of myself and the Thormor for your assistance. Yeah, for your work.
Oh boy.
All right then.
At least I got rid of that.
The Silverblood family will be heard.
I'm so sorry. How do you like that scold?
Disrespect the law and you disrespect me.
I really couldn't care less. I've never had any respect for you guys. Do you like to dance? We've heard that there's this dance called the horizontal dance. Unfortunately, I've never seen anyone do it before.
I'd be a lot warmer and a lot happier with a belly full of you.
Yes, well, you can stay away from mine, you hypocrites.
The sisters are communing with Dibella. They can't be disturbed. I'm sorry, the Temple of Dibella is closed. You can receive your blessing if you wish, but the other sisters are in seclusion.
So, who is Dibella? This is her temple?
A heathen. Lovely. Oh, don't put on that angry look. I'm just teasing you. Dibella is the divine of beauty. She is a patron deity to artists and bards and those who seek life's simple pleasures. The temple offers her blessings to pilgrims, and instruction in enjoying all life has to offer.
Instruction? Where do I sign up?
Well, you are lovely to look at, and there's so many things I could teach you, but I'm afraid the temple isn't taking in new students. Dibella's blessing to you. What do you need, handsome?
Who am I? Well, if you could turn around and go a different direction, that would be nice.
Dibella, guide us.
What are you doing in here? Stay where you are. The mother will deal with you.
Very well. Who is the mother?
Here she is.
And just what do you think you're doing?
I was curious about the temple.
Unfortunately for you, we don't allow men into the inner sanctum. You have committed a breach and must pay the penalty.
What is the penalty?
Normally, a quick death. Luckily for you, there are more pressing matters. We could make an example of you, but perhaps you could be put to better use.
What use is that?
The ceremony you so rudely interrupted was the exalted protocol of the Dibellan Sibyl. I don't expect you to know what that means. Suffice to say that our Sibyl was recently lost to us. Through the protocol, we have seen the home of the next Sibyl, To the north, in a small village pressed against the stone. If you can travel there and retrieve our young Sybil, your transgression will be forgiven.
So, I will undertake this penance. Where's the village?
We believe the place in our vision to be Karthwasten. Now move quickly. The girl must be brought to the temple as soon as possible.
What is a Sybil?
The Sybil of Dibella spends her entire life in direct communion with the goddess. From the time she's a little girl to the moment she expires, she is a direct connection with the Heavenly Mother. From her reverie, we know the mind of our god. We have had a vision of the next Sybil, living in a village to the north. She must be brought to the temple for her reverie to begin.
The girl is just taken from her family?
It's considered a great honor for the family. Their daughter will never know hardship, and the goddess blesses them with great bounty.
So why is this all such a secret?
We prefer not to announce that the Sybil has died until we can introduce the new one. People like to know that we're connected to the goddess.
Anything else in it for me?
Have you heard of the blessing of Dibella? It can help you with the wooing of women if that's your aim. Or give you strength if you happen to offend one. Typically, we avoid bestowing it upon men, but for the Sybil's escort, we could make an exception.
Okay.
Now, if you'll excuse me. What are you doing that for?
Sorry. Do.
Dibella's blessing to you.
Hey, where's that old man? I need to get rid of this stolen good.
Go fiddling with any locks around here. We're going to have a real...
Holmes. I said Holmes, you backbiter. Give a
What?
crippled worker a helping hand.
The finest jewelry. All
Is that not part of my quest anymore?
Markar. The
I would have liked to have known that at least. Okay, well, let's just go here. Before I stole it. I don't really want that on me. That means I'm gonna have to go through this whole cutscene again.
Dibella, guide us.
What are you doing in here? Stay where you are. The mother will deal with you. Here she is.
And so be it.
Wait, what?
Dibella, guide us.
What are you doing in here? Stay where you are. The mother will deal with you. Here she is.
And just what do you think you're doing? Unfortunately for you, you have committed a breach and must pay the... Normally, luckily for you, there are more pressing... The ceremony you... I don't expect... Suffice to say that through the protocol, if you can travel there and retrieve we believe now move quickly. The girl must be brought to the temple as soon. The Sibyl of from her, we have had a vision of the next Sibyl, living in a village to the north. It's considered a great honor for the family. We prefer not to announce that have you heard of the or give you... Typically, we avoid bestowing it upon men. But for the Sibyl's escort, we could make an exception. Until next time.
Okay. That's better. I don't know what happened last time, but oh well.
I'd be a lot warmer and a lot happier with a belly full of meat.
Yes, well, you can stay away from mine, you hypocrites.
Okay.
Bloodiest beef in the reach.
So where am I going? Okay, so I was wrong. That's not... Okay. Oh well. So there's the dragon, there's that, there's all of that. Kind of getting a little bit hungry, so I think I'm going to take a short break here and eat something. And stretch. Ugh. I'll be right back. Okay. Had some meat. Had a leftover cheeseburger from when I went to Burger King. It smells like the rest of my family is having fish. A really strong smell. I have the God of War theme stuck in my head. Well, not theme, but part of the soundtrack at least. Excuse me. Huh. I said huh. I said jump. Who are you?
Welcome to you.
Hello.
The roads of Skyrim lead to many dangers. May your road lead you to
We've already been to Warm Sands. Well, actually, no, I haven't. Smuggler and a bounty hunter have. Grant and Eric. I, Byrnjolf Norden, have been there yet. And I would do that, but I think for the next Sword Wars stream, I'm gonna work on the chapter 1 for the Jedi Consular. It's just probably not gonna make people happy, since a lot of people really hate the Jedi Consular. Don't know if it's because of the character or the story. Probably both.
So, is it true what they saying about you? Perhaps you could show me what really happens when a Dragonborn comes?
Yeah, ignore that for now. Let's go to town. Oh, who is that? I see a person ahead. Are they friend or foe? Who are you?
I'm on my way to Solitude to join the Legion. A united empire is better for everyone.
Agreed. Can't afford to divide ourselves. Not while the Aldmeri Dominion still has its eyes on us.
Good to see. I'm Einathatch's right-hand man. I help supervise the mines.
I'm looking for a young girl who lives around here.
I think you might be looking for Enman. All right then.
Who are you? I'm guessing Enman is... He's in the mine. Oh, well. Wait, where was this arrow the whole time?
You're not from here. We don't need to be talking.
I'm looking for a young girl who lives around here.
Damn it, man. Are you trying to taunt us?
What are you talking about?
Our daughter, Theotra, was taken from here. The Forsworn descended and they didn't touch anything else, just our little girl.
Where did they take her?
It was the Forsworn from Broken Tower. Never been much trouble before. What's it to you?
The daughter is the Sibyl of Dibella.
She... Really? Well, that's... I wouldn't have dreamed. Of course we need her in Markarth, then. I'll come with you.
No, it's dangerous out there. You should stay.
You're probably right. Just hurry, please. Who knows what those things are doing to her?
I mean, look at you. No armor, and you have a pick. 2 picks. And then I have your death on my conscience. I'm stuck.
Is that fur coming out of your ears?
Shh. Okay, so where is she? There's the priest. Oh, she's over there. So what is over here then? Bloody hell. Damn, this place is gorgeous. Oh, there's oil right there. In I go. That was an annoying sneeze.
So, as a werewolf, do you prefer the taste of man meat? I mean, do you prefer feasting on men or women?
Well, one lady seemed to think so.
Who enters when nobody save Rob Melka?
What? Hello?
Petra! Evil Petra put me here, stole my tower, hid her, chew her bones. Let me out, kind meat.
Why do you make me think of Golem? So why would I release you?
Because you are such a nice Breton, yes.
What? I'm no Breton.
No. Yes. You all look the same.
So, what do I get if I free you?
Ah, you have a pretty staff. Help me find Petra. Wring her neck, pluck her eyes. Take my prize staff. I just want my tower back. Petra, curse her eyes. Yes, of course. Let us go up. I'd milk her on the way. Press only middle button. Clever trick, yes. Nobody ever thinks of the middle.
Huh? Who's there?
Careful here. There's a trick to this. Trick is to not bleed to death. And there's a lever too.
How do I get in there? Oh, right there.
Ah, my pardon. No finer place to polarize, no.
Mind if I go in here, do you? Ah, silver. Supposed no stamina in that one urn. I could give it to that old steward.
Princes, Sanguine is the only one I would actually consider worshipping. He really understands how to have a good time and knows the importance of alcohol. I quite like Sheogorath too.
Where'd you come from? Hey!
Oh, damn! That was brutal.
Who's there? Crows.
I almost feel sorry for you thinking you could actually
like
put me on.
my pretty tower?
What will you do now?
Live in my tower. Roost in my home. Mix pretty poisons and collect shiny eyeballs. Yes. I spit on you, dead sister.
Do you have something to say? I'm glad that's sorted.
Petra, curse her eyes. Do you like my pretty tower?
Yeah, it's nice. Oh, very nice. That. Now that is a view. Okay, time to save a little girl.
The people of Skyrim have very dirty minds.
This is so gorgeous. Hello there.
What's a milk drinker like you doing out here? Go home to your mother.
Well, fuck you too. Where am I going? Over here. Just need to go all the way around here. And there's this. One right over there. Maybe you should have spec'd out into doing some zoom. Ow. Well, sadly, I appear to have lost the bolt. Ow. Damn it, give me my bolts back. Oh dear, it is dark in here. I can't see anything. There's a door here. Good job.
Is someone there? I knew I heard something. Damn. Done and done.
Poor Sophia. The mirror. I'm pretty sure I need this book. Is Disney Dreamlight, what do we call it? Good. I just saw that, two of my friends are playing it.
Not sure I like the idea of crouching down behind you. If you dare let one go, then you could forget me helping you. Why am I even talking?
Well, that's a bit weird. Why did that happen? Oh, excuse me, please. The fork again? Weird. Okay. So that takes me to Skyrim. Where does this take me? Oh, over here. I guess this takes me to Skyrim as well. Maybe. I don't know. This place is just too damn big. There's too many directions to go.
Where'd you come from? Who's there?
Ow. Just me.
Where'd you come from? Done and done.
Oh god, that's a unfortunate place for that. Oh dear. I guess it's gonna be plenty cold
Where'd
down
you
there.
come from?
Hello.
Who's there? Who's there?
Ow.
Where'd you
Oh, you got down there real quick.
Where'd you come from?
It does it!
Where'd you come from? That'll teach you.
I knew it. What was that?
Wait, how'd you get down there?
Where'd you come from? Get back here!
Wait, what? I'm so confused. Okay, well, it looks like I need to go back up.
Who's there? I knew I heard something.
Who'll pay for that? Done and done.
I'll take your heart, I'll take that, and I'll take that. Well, it's a bloody mess. Don't worry, kid, I'll help you in just a sec. Let me just grab a few things. Want a sweet roll? There's a sweet roll over here.
Are you one of them? Please don't hurt me.
I'm here to bring you to the temple in Markarth.
Then it's true what they said. I'm taught by the gods?
I guess so? You go to be the Sibyl of Dibella.
I've heard stories about the wonders of the great temple in Markarth, but I never dreamed that I would even get to see it. I am honored to be called for this duty. Please, lead on.
Okay.
I hope we reach Markarth soon.
Perfect shortcut. So where's the kid? Where's the kid? Ow! Shouldn't the kid be following me? There you are. Well, come along, kid. The vampire, drunk, and the werewolf will protect you. Well, yeah, of course.
Why must there always be incest inside temples? It really does make me feel a little sick.
What the hell?
Did I say incest? I meant incense. The smell really gets up my nose.
Did you see how I just got launched backwards there? Ah, dead body. And of course the kid got distracted by a dead body and didn't come out. Come on,
Watch
kid.
what you're doing.
Well, pay attention. Come on. That's good. It's just fast travel.
I can't wait to learn from the priestesses.
Wrong way.
Need something?
Yes?
Here you go.
You found her. I can't believe it. Let the girl come with me and we can begin her preparation. I will send word to her family that she is in good hands. You've truly earned the blessing of Dibella, child. Prostrate yourself before her altar, and she will bestow her gift.
So I'm going back upstairs. Ah, here we go.
Apparently alchemists...
So what does that give me? Do more combat damage to the opposite sex.
Ingredients to learn how to make potions? That doesn't sound very pleasant to me.
Need
I mean,
something?
who in the right mind would eat a giant stone or
It's so good to see you again.
As for eating thistles
Well,
and antlers,
you are lovely to
that
look
sounds
at.
painful.
And there's so many things I could teach you. But I'm afraid the temple isn't taking in new students.
Well, that's unfortunate. What if that's a quest or something? Oh. Should probably deal with all this stuff over here. Namira. Daedric Prince of Darkness and Revulsion. Wait, did they respawn with all the... Did the dead bodies appear again with all their armor? Again? Yeah, man. There we go. Or less. Oh dear. I see that there. Okay, so neither of these places I really want to be dealing with right now. I really do not want to go in there because I'm pretty sure I remember what's in there. I don't really want to deal with that right now. No, I kind of remember there being kids around here somewhere. What the?
Was there something you want? Uh-oh. I hope that wasn't valuable. You should have seen your face. Okay then.
Okay. I just remember there being like a drummer designed bridge somewhere around here with there were a whole bunch of kids just running around it. Not sure why there were kids there, but...
Ooh, that armor must be difficult to polish. The next time you take your armor off and find it a bit hard, I could help give it a quick rub for you.
What?
Oh no, that didn't come out as intended.
It's so bright out here. I don't know how you stand it.
Oh dear. Oh, it's the bard!
That's all you've got? By Smith, you'll pay for that? I'll rip your head out!
Sign of the life of adventure and song. The life for us, eh, friend?
You alright? Why are you standing there?
Yes?
Yeah, I got an itch. It's underneath my headphones too. It's really annoying. Okay, looks like the dragon would be over there. Oh my. Well, I'm glad I didn't get involved in that mess. So the camp is right over there. And get the sword and kill the leader. go do that.
Where'd you come from?
Bit overkill, but oh well. This is just a horse here. Ride horse. Bandit highway. Oh. Look, a free horse. Poor thing. But you do not want to mess with that. I'm not really sure what that is, though. There's a thing over there as well.
We need more drunk people in Skyrim. That would make things 10 times more fun. I mean, why would the guards discourage drunken behavior when they should be encouraging it? A drunken person is a happy person.
Here we go. Nice aim.
God, no! Who's there?
Ha! Found you.
That'll take you.
Run for your life, go.
By the blood.
It's kind of nice in here.
Who's there?
There weren't a whole bunch of people that needed to die. Oh god! Dude got blasted. That was gold.
Careful! You wouldn't want to hurt your baby's face! Who's there?
Okay. Oh, what is this?
I don't like to boast, but I'm superior to you in every possible way. Who am I kidding? I love to boast.
Map updated. Oh, interesting. I probably just discovered everything they had on there. Looks like I need to go in there. There's the sword. Amulet of Debella. Log's barking again. Go
I
fighting
don't get
dragon.
why people worship the gods. What have they ever done for us mere mortals? Nothing. I prayed for money, free booze, and more free booze, and did I get it? No. Instead, I got a hangover and a huge hole in my pocket where my money used to be.
That is quite unfortunate. Dragon's just over here. I feel like it would just be like right there. Wait, there we go. Oh, no. I know where it is. Wake up! Get down here. That's a dead Imperial. I'm not going to stare at that.
What now? Anything good?
Damn it.
All right, let's see what you have.
Okay. What else? Guy over here. And then this thing over here. And then this guy up here. Okay.
Who's there?
Ow! It burns!
That'll teach you.
Do I have candlelight? Nope. Unless I can teach it to my companions, I don't need it. Fuck? What happened to you, miss? Forsworn. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm unable to give you a proper burial. I don't know how to dig in this game. Let's put it into stamina. Ah, yes, please. Could help you out a lot, I think. I see you there, Skiver.
Where'd you come from? That'll teach you.
A wanderer, yes. No, pilgrim, perhaps. You have come to commune with Periite, Taskmaster, and Blighted Lord, yes.
Tell me about Periite.
He is the pus in the wound. Oh, proper ones curl their noses, but it's pus that drinks foul humors and restores the blood. I worship Periite, yes, because sometimes the world can only be cleansed by disease.
Is he responsible for COVID? May I commune with him?
Not everyone has the stomach required to entreat my lord. But Kesh likes you, friend. There is a way Periite may speak to us who will take him in. If you wish to commune with him, we'll need the incense.
Tell me about this incense.
Yes, the incense. Fetch for me a deathbell flower, 1 silver ingot, a flawless ruby, and some vampire dust. Then I will show you how.
Okay. Well. Do you have any of this around? It'd be helpful if some of the ingredients are just lying about here. Guess not. Well, I guess I'm going over here next. Let's deactivate some of these quests so I know where I'm going. Okay, so priest. Oh, I don't need that right now. Okay, that should be fine. I really do not want to go in there. Not now. Maybe after I go to Solstheim and deal with the abominations there. Be a slaughterfish. Guess it's over here by this cave.
Where'd you come from?
Bastard! Is that the best?
Alright, thieves. I'll be taking back what you stole.
Huh? What was that?
Who's there?
Oh dear.
Imagine if I was Dragonborn. The term shouting would take on an entirely new meaning.
Okay. Now I need to go save his ass. How many health potions do I have? 21. Yikes. I'm gonna need to make sure I stock up. Oh no, I'm just getting a little bit sore.
Who's there?
Oh, is this? Is that the place I think it is? Wait, am I? Oh my god, I think it is. Yep, and there's the bear.
I knew I heard something. Done and done.
That does it! I've heard of this mystical natural wonder known as the Fountain of Booze. Do you think the stories are true? I sure hope so. If I ever found it, I would never go sober again.
There's Serana being chased by a skeever.
Who's there? That'll teach you.
Greetings.
Never should have come here.
Can you two stop it?
Most people like to hunt animals. I also love to hunt people. And pretty much anything else that.
What was that? Mercy!
No. Why are you now my enemy?
You don't look so tough to me.
I thought that was supposed to be like a friendly fire thing that could be deactivated.
Never should have come here.
Who's there?
At your best!
That'll teach you. Huh? Where'd you
You know, sometimes I like to roleplay. No, not like that. I mean like pretending I'm a mud crab that goes around pinching people on the bottom. It's rather fun. You should try it. Role-playing, I mean. Although pinching bottoms is quite fun too. You remind me of a dog I used to know. I had to always shake him off of me as well.
Who's there?
Thought I heard something.
Done and done. Who's there?
Oi! Crap.
I knew I'd find something. No.
Ow.
Where'd you come from?
Oh. Like he killed 2 in 1.
Yes, I'm listening.
Hello? What do we have here? Alaric? Do not presume we have grown fat and complacent here in the north. Our matriarch was wise to bring us here. Our camp is secure and our numbers grow. We will not skulk in the shadows with you, making petty plots with rabble and sycophants. When we strike, we will do it with cunning and power, and the occupiers will fall before us. That is the way of true reachmen.
Let's not hang around then.
Oh, that was right in the face.
How many people does it take to screw a champion? I don't know, but it could be painful. You know, because you might fall and hurt yourself.
Done and done. This is the kind of thing I've been wanting to see. It makes everything else worth it.
Oh, that's nice to know.
Who's there?
You do have fun, and please don't kill each other.
never met me. Otherwise, you would be howling right now. Don't remember that. But...
To Bella.
Who's there? That'll teach you.
It's a good thing I'm attacking at night.
Someone there?
Where'd you
You can't win! Victory is your...
That'll teach you.
Ah, okay, so we're not done here yet.
You there? Are you here to kill me? Slay the mighty Logrove, while he sits tied and helpless.
Actually, I'm here to rescue you.
Rescue? No one knew where I was when I was taken. Who sent you?
Boethia sent me.
The Dark Mistress sent you? Ha! Now tell me the one about the troll who gives gifts to good little boys and girls.
Doesn't really matter here.
Fine. I won't ask questions. Cut me loose. Oh, freedom. Now get out of my way. I have a task to attend to.
Who's there?
Over here!
What is that explosion?
Is someone there?
Where'd you
Can I get by you, please? Ow.
You and I make a great couple. Oh, I mean like a team, not like... Forget it.
I was always taught to avoid these types of ruins. I think I see why now.
Yeah, I'm setting off all the traps.
Someone there.
Broken nail.
Hey, Mag Ravens. That's alright. I'm using up a lot of potions. That's a doorway, but there's no lever here. Which makes me think it's a way out. Whoa! That made me jump. I was not expecting that. Stop breaking. Thank you. And another trap truss, but... Ow. Can you not push me into it? Please?
Wake up! Stop daydreaming about me and... Which way you going?
Please move! There we go.
Is someone there?
Not even a reason to go in there.
People say you shouldn't be naked in public, but I managed to get a free outfit out of it, so it can't be all that bad. I mean, it's not like you would leave me walking around naked the whole time.
Hey, I got the time slow thing. Where is the tag raven? Thank you.
When I'm kidding, I love to go.
Okay, so there was a door. Secret passage way. But where the hell was it? What the hell opened it? So a secret door. Is this actually a door or is that a texture? So I'm not seeing a way to open this.
Children creep me out. Is it just me, or do they all look the same? If we had kids, what do you suppose they would look like? Oh no, I meant hypothetically. Not that I would want to. Although you are. I'm just going to shut up now before I really embarrass myself.
Am I an idiot? Or am I seriously missing this? I think a lever would be obvious. Guess not. Sorry. Okay. Well, for now, that should have been everything I needed to do over here. Excuse me. All right.
What can I do for you?
Arnleif. No, I'm not Arnleif. Oh, there it is. This little goldy light is going to keep us afloat for a while. Thank you. Here's something for your hard work. Come back whenever you need something.
Paul, you think you can best Boethiah's faithful? I have won this contest before.
Ah, but I have my own champion this time, Logrolf.
What? You?
Mortal, I give you my mace in all its rusted spitefulness. Crush the spirit from Logrolf's bones. Make him bend to me.
Yes?
I won't.
Did you learn something?
Where'd you
I'll never submit. Do your worst, monster. Oh.
You mortals, frail, limp, pathetic bodies. Try it again.
Do you have something to say?
I won't surrender. No more. No more. I submit, Molag Bal. I submit.
You bend to me?
Yes.
You pledge your soul to me?
Yes.
You forsake the weak and pitiful Boethia?
Yes.
You're mine now, Logrolf. Kill him.
Do you have something to say?
Where'd you come from? That'll teach you.
The mace of Molag Bal. I give you its true power, mortal. When your enemies lie broken and bloody before you, know that I will be watching.
Alright, thank you.
Now, I have a soul in oblivion that needs claiming. Take care of the house while I'm gone.
Oh, what is it? Anything good?
This is yours.
Ooh, now that looked painful. Remind me to never get a Molag Bal's bad side. Anyway, that is one evil-looking mace. I bet it could do some real damage to someone.
Training children!
Let's get indoors. Or in a cave.
Markarth is a strange place, apparently built by dwarves. Imagine where we would be today if they were still around inventing their amazing contraptions. I would have some weird metal servant to do all my dirty work, such as cleaning and killing people. The usual.
You've actually done it. You found the Sibyl of the Bella. You have done Markarth a tremendous service. Fear for the boy.
I haven't been using the bow, I've been using the crossbow.
Here in the city.
It doesn't matter if they're in the city. We fight them where they live, we won't have to fight them here.
I'm Igmund's uncle, as well as his...
The dragon is dead.
Excellent. You've done us a great service. Here is your reward. I have letters to read.
Treat my people fairly, and I will do the same to you.
The leader of Drudok Readout is dead.
I'm impressed. Forsworn usually makes short work of mercenaries, but you took care of them. Here is your reward.
Do you have any more work for me?
I do. A personal matter. My father died trying to negotiate with the Forsworn, back when that was possible. They took his shield to those Hargraven beasts they consort with. I need you to bring it home where it belongs. I warn you, it's dangerous work. No man of mine has ever faced a Hargraven and lived. I'll understand if you decline.
I've fought several. Don't worry about me, I'll do it.
The vines watch over you. Retrieve that shield at all costs.
The Silverblood family will be heard.
What the? What happened to you? Well, I'll take his stuff. Okay, There, and there. Okay.
If you drink too much, you're out. No drunks.
Do you remember me now, Jolty? It's been an honor to serve you, brother. Remember our lessons from the Sword Masters of Alcair? Let me show you a few things you may have forgotten before we leave Rolden.
Just look at that stunning view. What? I wasn't looking at you, I was looking at... Okay, I was looking at you.
Ah, there we go. Okay. So down here, and looks like I have to go over here. Alright.
did you come from? That'll teach you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Go.
Pay for that.
Oh, don't worry, you got brought back to life. You're okay. That bear. That's a saber cat.
I always miss the people I break up with. I need to learn to aim better with my bow.
Fuck?
That'll teach you.
Okay. Somehow need to get up there. I found a back way in. Wait, what?
It's so bright out here. I don't know how you stand it.
heck is everyone?
Time to end this little game.
Where'd you Who's there?
What was that?
Who's there?
Cleared out, I guess.
I thought I could survive that.
Let's move faster. The sun is... It's not
Someone
great for
there.
my skin, if you know what I mean. Who's there? I knew I heard something.
Where are you?
Who's there? That'll teach you.
Release me.
What the fuck is happening? What is that sound? Something's stuck in the walls.
Someone there.
Who's there? Show yourself. Who's there?
Face the Forsworn. First you, then all of the Reach.
There was a sneaky way in. Okay. Hasn't been cleared.
Never should have come here. You can't win this!
Still not cleared.
You remind me of a dog I used to know. I had to always shake him off of me as well.
So I was in there, in there. Here? Okay, found the forge. Oh, that was weird.
You are not very talkative, are you? I always open up for you. I mean, to you.
Is there something I'm really missing here? Not sure why it isn't cleared. Don't know what happened to this run either. Jeez. It's weird. Not sure what it is I'm missing. Okay, this is going to be a really big area. Okay.
guess werewolves are a bit like wolves, which are a bit like wild dogs. You're not going to start doing the thing with my leg, are you? Careful! You wouldn't want to hurt my pretty face. If you've ever been in a fight with a woman, you should know they always win.
Still remember how to fight.
Most people like to hunt animals. I also love to hunt people.
I kind of feel like I'm just stabbing myself when I do that.
You're mine.
Accidentally hit Sophia there. Well, hopefully she's not mad at me.
Won't you just die already?
Not really sure where Serrano ran off to.
Skyrim might be a cold place with miserable people, but after a few drinks you don't really notice. Speaking of which, I'm getting a little thirsty.
somebody bringing people back from the dead. Oh god! Oh, I was hurting Sophia. I was about to kill Sophia there for a second. Oh dear. Oh. Here I go!
Been a long time since someone took them. Longer still, since any survived. I once performed the entirety of the Poetic Edda from atop Bard's Leap before trying my luck. Well, you can see how that turned out.
Where did Serana go? Oh, there she is. What are you doing over here?
Do you need something?
Wondering why you were just standing there. Are you stuck? Okay. Whew. Thought they were both stuck. Wasn't sure what I was gonna do about that. Wow. Look at that. I think it's Braveheart. Oh god. There.
You've come. The Draugr infesting the Mirror Sanctuary are inside.
Wait here, I'll take care of it.
Then I'll wait.
Don't want her to end up being collateral between my two companions.
I'm okay with the dark, but I've spent more than my share of time in caves already. Who's there? That'll teach you. Where'd you come from?
Two ways to go.
Where'd you come from?
Another amulet of Archipay. What else did I need? I have vampire dust at home. Death Gold flower I need. Flawless ruby. I don't know if I have that though.
Where'd you come from? Done and done. Stay on guard.
I am stuck. Why the fuck? Ah. I literally got stuck. Fuck.
you actually have a brain.
I don't really care about looting right now after all that.
I'm okay with the dark, but I've spent more than my share of time in caves.
Okay.
I don't like the look of this.
F5. I'll talk to her in a bit. Right now, loot. Boy, that really made me angry. I just can't believe getting stuck is what killed me. Oh, I guess she's in here now.
You've done it. The shrine is ours again. Now we need to prepare a grand feast to welcome you to Namira's coven. You will have the honor of bringing a fresh kill for the main course, and I know the perfect person.
Who is it?
A priest filled with the taste of an easy life, Brother Verilus from Markarth. Give him this gold. Tell him you need Arcae's help exploring an old cavern for treasure. And when he stands in Namira's presence, she will take care of the rest. Say hello. Verilus.
Alright.
Many used to come to these house.
Well, yeah, she had some lore from me. Oh well.
Can't believe I'm hosting here. Even the beds are made of stone.
I was Dragonborn. The term shouting would take on an entirely new meaning.
I'm Gorse's assistant to new blade. Books. Don't know why the Imperials like these so much. This should help the boy, though. Malakath willing. Here, let me show you how an orc learns to smith.
Thank you.
Let me know if you need something forged.
If only somebody would teach me how to pickpocket.
I find your wolfish grin. I used to be an adventurer like you. Then I took an arrow in the knee.
Yeah, it's like I haven't heard that one before.
The Silverblood family will be heard.
Doesn't matter if they're in the city. We fight them where they live. We won't have to fight them. Good to have you by my side. You've honored my father's memory in more ways than I have words to say. I hereby grant you permission to purchase property in my city. Talk to my steward if you're interested. And take this, a gift from the Jarl's personal stores.
Is there anything else you need?
There is room in my court for a new Thane. It's an honorary title mainly, but there are a few perks someone like you could make use of. However, I could only grant the title to someone who is known throughout my hold, and who owns at least one piece of property in my city. You help my people and purchase a house for my steward, and I'll make you my Thane.
It will be an honor.
As you were then. If you'll excuse me, I have a city to
I'm Igmund's uncle, as well as his steward.
8,000? Yeah, it should be good.
I advise... Splendid. There's a house available right now.
I'll take it.
Wonderful. Here is the key to your new home. letters to read.
Treat my people fairly, and I will do the same to you. Then, by my right as Jarl, I name you Thane of the Reach. Congratulations. I grant you a personal housecarl to watch over your home, and this weapon from my armory to serve as your badge of office. I'll also notify my guards of your new title. Wouldn't want them to think you're part of the common rabble now. Mm-hmm.
What is it? Dragons?
Lightly armored means light on your feet. Smart.
In all honesty, I kind of want to go to Whiterun.
The guards in Skyrim are a miserable bunch. We risk life and limb slaying wolves, bandits, and a lot worse all day, and they complain about a single arrow in the knee.
I want to see if I can get that sword. That's locked away here in the city.
Do you get to the Cloud District very often? Oh, what am I saying? Of course you do.
Yeah.
Come on in. Let me know if you need anything, or take a seat by the fire, and I'll send someone.
I work for Bellathor at the General Goods
A
Store.
fine day to you, friend. May you die with a sword in your hands.
Heard any rumors lately?
People say there is someone in Riften that can change your face, make you look the companions in Jorvaskr? Been hearing some strange tales of the
There we go.
Jarl's children. Say the one's turning wicked, and the others have an ill-favored look to them. Best to keep clear. Need anything else? Just let me know.
Everything's all right?
Mind your own business, will you?
Please keep your weapons sheathed in the Jarl's
For a
presence.
dragon to attack Kyne's Grove.
I've got my
Why?
eyes.
Why there? Is no place safe?
May the gods watch over your battles, friend.
Are you having trouble with your children?
Yes, my youngest son. He's a dark child. I don't know what to do with him. He was always a quiet lad, but lately, something has changed. He's become brooding, violent. He won't say a word to me, but I don't know how I upset him. If you could speak to him, draw out the truth, I would be immensely grateful.
Oh, I find most of the children in Skyrim to be evil little creatures. And I don't suppose being spoiled little brats because their father happens to be the Jarl helps. Anyway, let's check it out. It sounds interesting at the very least.
Another wanderer here. So, the disgusting pig sent you to bother me. One day, I'll tear his face apart so he can leave me alone. My father doesn't know anything about me. But I know about him, and about the war. More than he might think.
What sorts of things?
I know that he still worships Talos. That he hates the Thalmor almost as much as the Stormcloaks do. That he worries about being chased from Whiterun. That I don't have the same mother as my brother and sister.
How do you know these things?
This castle is old. Lots of places nobody's been in a long while. Places where you can overhear things, see things. And the Whispering Lady.
Who's the whispering lady?
She won't tell me her name. I've gotten good at listening to keyholes. At the door in the basement, I hear her talking to me. I thought I was caught, but she started telling me even more secrets. But I can't open the door.
Where's this door?
In the basement. Trust me, you'll see it. I bet she'll talk to you too.
Trust
Bye.
me, it will be him doing any licking.
Father says I'm too young to change
Whatever,
the
just
sword,
go and play
so I
with your
practice
dollies
with
like
my
a good
fist.
little boy.
Get away from me.
Oh, this is a very ugly door.
I've been waiting for someone more fit to carry out my will. The child is spirited but lacks agency.
Is there somebody behind the door?
Regrettably, I cannot reach your plane so directly. But I forgive you for not knowing who I am. Few hear my whispers anymore. I am Mephala, the Lady of Whisper. I tug at the web of connections between mortals. Love, hatred, loyalty, betrayal. The boy was good at sussing out secrets. You, I expect to take a more active role.
What do you want me to do?
First, you must open this door. A piece of my power has been locked away behind it, and even my eyes cannot see past the seals. I'd much rather it be in the hands of an ambitious and talented person, such as yourself.
How do I open the door?
The whole of Whiterun is ripe with paranoia and tensions. The Jarl's court is right to fear the power I hold behind this door. The Jarl trusts few, and they will be his undoing. The Dark Child knows of what I speak. Let him guide your path.
That doesn't sound like any normal door to me. I reckon there's something evil lurking behind it. So, be on your guard, and don't trust what it has to say.
Damn it, I...
You. I told you, I know everything about this castle. For some reason, that door is special. Only 2 people can open it. Balgruf and Farengar, the court wizard. How you get it from them is up to you. Nobody would notice if Farengar went missing, I promise you.
Oh, how are we supposed to get the key? Huh. I suppose you could try and steal it somehow.
What do you think you're doing?
Yep. So.
Oh, how...
Hang on. Let's see here.
We supposed to get... the key?
Alright, what is that skill? Pickpocket. Okay.
Huh.
I know, I'm cheating.
I suppose you could try... and steal it somehow.
Oh, there's just a guard right there. Oops. Well, the good news is I got it.
I can get away with anything in Skyrim.
I don't think I screwed up my levels too much, did I? I think that's about right. Okay, to anyone reading this, beware this blade. It is hoped that the only people having access to this room should be the Jarl of Whiterun and his trusted wizard. If anyone else is reading this, please understand the magnitude of your folly. Turn around and never even speak of this room or this blade to anyone. It has corrupted and perverted the desires of great men and women, yet its power is without equal. To kill while your victim smiles at you. Only a Daedra most foul could have concocted such a malevolent and twisted weapon. But it appears that all who wield it end up with the crazed eyes of those wild men who roam the hills chattering with rabbits. It is not to be trifled with. Not even the hottest fires of the Skyforge could melt it. Indeed, the coals themselves seemed cool when it was placed within. We cannot destroy it, and we would not have it fall into the hands of our enemies, so we keep it hidden, dark, and deep within Dragon's Reach, never to be used. Woe be to any who choose to take it.
Excellent work. Now, I trust you're sharp enough to see that the sword doesn't match the description of the ebony blade you may know. It has languished too long outside the winds of alliance and betrayal. To return to its past glory, it must first drink the blood of deceit. Your world is admirably steeped in lies and inclinations. My blade is a darling leech that feeds on deceptions and nourishes its master. Seek out those closest to you. The final pluck of their misguided heartstrings will accompany my blade in a song of your grandeur.
He was like, what? I think she's in shock.
Let me guess. You want to talk?
Okay.
I'm here if you ever need me.
So the plan here is to use the sword against the cannibals.
Lots of nasty holes.
Have you ever tried bareback? I didn't like it. It started to make me a little sore after a while. What's with the funny face? I was talking about horse riding.
Good day, friend. Keeping well? You are looking for RK's protection while you delve some dank tomb, I take it? My duties keep me busy in Markarth. I don't know if I can help you. You know, in the priesthood of RK, we have a joke about an empty pocket being better than a full grave. That's no small amount of coin, friend. I suppose I can come with you for a short venture. Lead on.
Alright.
Yes, I'm listening. Yippee! I love holding people's junk. Time to move, I guess.
The dragon was probably gonna kill me, but... oh well. Yeah, that's a lot of blood. Oh! This place
Many
got
used to come
really
to these
bloody.
caves. The forgotten, the wretched.
Who are you? What's going on?
Priest of RK.
I'm okay with the dark, but I've
You're
spent
my
more than my share of time
friend.
in caves already.
Yes, I'm your friend, and I've invited you to dinner.
I've been invited to dinner. I'm so hungry.
Why don't you lay down and rest while we get the meal ready?
I need to lay down.
This is some Jedi mind
just be a
trick
minute.
stuff.
Come with me. Our feast is about to begin.
I'm so glad Ayola invited you to dinner.
The meal is on Namira's table. Go ahead. Carve. You look... oh, sweet. Go ahead. Have the first bite.
Mortal. I am Namira, the Lady of Decay. Your consumption of the blood and bile of RK's own is pleasing to me. I give you my ring. Wear it, and when you feast on the flesh of the dead, I will grant you my power.
When I said hello, my voice would say hello back. The conversation did get a bit repetitive after a while, though.
Such a little thing. Thank you, my lady.
Wallow in your wretchedness, my newest champion.
I knew when you walked into the Hall of the Dead that you were special. I knew when you walked into the Hall of the Dead that you were special. And here you are, champion of Namira, keeper of her ring. You're everything I hoped you'd be.
Thank you for everything.
It's an honor, champion. Feel free to stay and mingle with your new coven.
Question, is
What's
it?
on your mind?
Okay.
All right, then.
Praise to you, champion.
I'm so glad Ayola invited you to dinner.
Wait, I know you.
That's right. You're the sellsword. Thank you again. It's so nice to have help with my husband gone. Shame what happened to him.
Did you eat him? Did you eat your husband?
Namira spoke to you? I knew this feast was going to be something.
I know you.
The bloodiest beef in the Reach.
You were given Namira's ring? A great honor.
I know you.
You buy a war dog from me? There's a reason why my hounds are so eager to bite into people.
Oh God.
It's an honor, Keeper of the Ring.
Well. Oh, wrong button.
What is someone there?
Kill them!
I will
Excellent work, child.
That'll teach you.
There we go. She's I'll be taking that. As well as that. Oh dear, I just killed the traitor. Oh. Thank you for all your keys, everyone. Sorry. I know you could be a companion and all that, but
Do you think that saber-cats and Khajiit are somehow related? They do seem similar, except the Khajiits are more human. You don't suppose a human and a saber-cat... Nope, I'm not going there. People get a little touchy when I say that.
you mean like how you were asking if I had dragon ancestors? I don't know. I don't really know where I came from. So, my work here is done. Though we are down a shopkeeper. Shit. Now, excuse me while I vomit in here. Ugh.
What do you need?
It's easier when I'm in werewolf form. Home. Sort of. Hey there.
I am your sword and your shield.
Here's my bedroom.
Honored to see you again, my Thane.
It's so bright out here. I don't know how you stand it.
I'm gonna be a silversmith one day, like my mother and father.
Good for you.
What is it? Dragons?
Holmes. I said Holmes, you backbiter. Give a crippled worker a helping hand.
The finest jewelry in all of Markarth.
With Lisbeth gone, I'll be taking care of you. You want to talk to me after everything you've done?
What? What did I do?
Some may call this junk. Me, I call them treasures.
What did I do? Wait, why do I have a broom? Oh, he has a broom.
I better get back to sort.
It's not
the dry goods.
stolen. Is it stuck in my inventory forever now? Since it was a quest item.
Just a scratch!
I work silver, like my father, and his father before me.
Redguard craftsmanship in every case.
Let's hear. Oh boy. Well, that's stuck in there forever.
Need something?
Beware the region northeast. Across the river.
So, now that that has been dealt with, now what?
Sworn have taken refuge in Broken Tower out. And Red Eagle Redoubt.
I'm gonna be a silversmith one day, like my mother and father. Being an apprentice is great. I get to swing a hammer at things.
I'm sorry to drag you into Markarth's problems, but after that attack in the market, I'm running out of time. You're an outsider. You're dangerous looking. You'll do.
I'll do?
You're an outsider. You're dangerous looking.
What are you talking about?
You want answers? Well, so do I. So does everyone in the city. A man goes crazy in the market. Everyone knows he's a forsworn agent. Guards do nothing. Nothing but clean up the mess.
You want me to find out why?
This has been going on for years, and all I've been able to find is murder and blood. I need help. Please, you find out why that woman was attacked, who's behind Wayland and the Forsworn, and I'll pay you for any information you bring me.
What do you know about Margaret?
She's not from Markarth. The air about her screamed outsider. Visitors to the city usually stay at the Silverblood Inn.
Who was Wayland? Where did he live?
He was one of the smelter workers. I used to have a job down there myself, casting silver ingots. I never knew much about Wayland, except he lives in the Warrens, like all the other workers.
Who are the Forsworn?
They're remnants of the old rulers of Markarth, natives of the Reach, followers of the old ways. The Nords drove them out of the city, Ulfric Stormcloak and his men. That was about 20 years ago. somehow they're still here, and they're killing people.
You've looked into these murders?
Yes. It all started when I was a boy. My father owned one of the mines, rare for anyone who isn't a Nord. He was killed. Guards said it was just a madman, but everyone knew the murderer was a member of the Forsworn. I've been trying to find out why ever since. Gotten nowhere so far. And then I got married. I have a child of my own on the way. I swore I was going to just give up for my child's sake, but it's like my father's ghost is haunting me, asking me why.
Who's your wife? Who's your wife?
Be careful who you talk to.
Because I know how the story's gonna go
I guess
here,
being a
and...
werewolf must give you unimaginable strength.
I work silver, like my father, and his father before.
I'm gonna be a silversmith one day, like my mother and father.
Come on in. The Silverblood Inn has plenty of strong drink and clean rooms.
Need something?
Oh, it's you. The one from the market.
So what are you doing in Markarth?
Just visiting. I had some business here. That's all.
You're hiding something.
Was it that obvious? Damn. I must be losing my touch. I'm one of General Tullius's agents. I was sent to investigate the Treasury House and the Silverblood family. They own Sidna Mine, one of the toughest jails in Skyrim. I was hoping I could buy or steal the deed, but I don't think that's how things work here. Mark my words. Thonar Silverblood was behind that attack in the market. Somehow.
And your better half is telling you to stop being an idiot and serve the customers their drinks.
Yeah, this guy's okay.
What do you want, milk drinker?
Oh, he is not happy.
Good fighting to you.
Fight at your side.
Our hero.
You. I've seen you snooping around, asking questions. Back off. You don't want to know what happens to troublemakers here.
What happens? I'm curious.
Funny. This is your last warning, outsider. We keep the peace here. Stay out of our business.
Yes, I have.
I'm the Thane here.
Herself. She is learning to bend the metal well.
Yeah, perfect.
There you.
Thank you both.
Blood and silver, friend. Blood and silver.
You've been warned, outsider.
I trust you're not planning any trouble. What can I do for you, friend?
Waylon, you've been chosen to strike fear in the heart of the Nords. Go to the market tomorrow. You will know what to do.
You don't want to be here. No one wants to.
Warrens ain't for you. Trust me.
There's something that makes me a little uneasy.
You've been digging around where you don't belong. It's time you learned a lesson.
Who sent you?
Someone who doesn't like you asking questions. Come on, let's see what you're made of. Dead. Son of a... That's all you've got. I'll get you. Damn you. No. Faster. Die, damn you mangy piece of pit bait.
Talk, or I'll send you to the gods.
I was sent by Nepos the Nose. The old man hands out the orders. He told me to make sure you didn't get in the way. That's all I know, I swear.
So, 2 places to go.
You lost? You just let old Nana know if you need anything. All right, dear?
What are you doing here? I told them no visitors.
Hello there. So, I'm here to talk about Margaret.
Imperial agent. That's right, I knew. How many dogs is the Empire going to send after me? This is my business. My city. You Empire lovers should learn to stay out of it. Now get out! What?
Someone there.
By the gods! Send them!
That'll teach you.
My wife. They killed her. Damn Madanach. Damn his forsworn backside.
Will you talk now?
Fine. You want to know what the Forsworn really are? They're my puppets. I have their king rotting in Sidna Mine. He was supposed to keep them under control.
The Forsworn have a king?
Madanach. The king in rags. While we were off fighting the elves in the Great War, Madanach was busy ruling over the Reach. Until Ulfric came and put them down.
It's in the mine.
My prison. The source of half the silver in Skyrim. The most secure prison in Tamriel. No one escapes. I thought keeping Madanach down there would keep him under control.
You made a deal with the Forsworn?
When their uprising was crushed, I had Madanach brought to me. He was a wild animal, but a useful one. I offered him a stay from execution if he used his influence to deal with any annoyances that came up. Competitors, agents, idiots. So I've let him run his little Forsworn rebellion from inside Sidna Mine. Now he's out of control.
But want me to take care of him?
You already got what you wanted, you damn hound. This is your fault. You and Madanach are animals, and I'll see you both rot to death in Sidna Mine for this. Now get out of my house.
Treasury House is really... I'm sorry. We're only interested in helping our patrons.
The finest jewelry in all of Markarth.
Excuse me. What's your business here?
I'm here to see Nepos.
We haven't been expecting you, and the old man needs his rest. Come back some other time.
Wait. It's okay, my dear. Send him in.
Yes, Nepos. You heard him. Go on in.
I'm sorry about my housekeeper. She's a little protective of me. Now, what is it you want?
You were forsworn.
Ah, yes. You've proven to be a real bloodhound. Well, you've sniffed me out. I've been playing this game for almost 20 years. Sending the young to their deaths. All in the name of the Forsworn. And I'm tired. So tired.
Who's behind all this?
My king, Madanach. When the uprising fell at the hands of the Nords, they threw him in the mines. I don't know how, but he lives. I get his messages, and I hand out his orders without question.
You mentioned an uprising.
Markarth and the Reach are our lands. That is why we are the Forsworn. We cannot claim the home that is rightly ours. But then, during their war with the Elves, we had our moment. We drove the Nords out of the Reach in a great uprising. Then Ulfric and his men came. Those of us who didn't run were executed, except for myself, my king, and a handful of others.
Who is Madanach?
He is the king in rags, a man who once held all the Reach within his grip. He stokes the passions of the downtrodden in this city, directs them to kill the enemies of the Forsworn in our name. All from inside Sidna Mine, a Nord prison. The irony is quite thick.
Why are you telling me all this?
My dear boy, what makes you think you're getting out of here alive? You were seen coming in. The girl at the door is a Forsworn agent masquerading as a maid. You aren't the first one to have gotten this far. You won't be the last. Over here.
Looks can be deceiving. Maybe that means you actually have a brain. The alchemist.
I grow guilt-ridden in my old age. So many of the young sent to their deaths, all in the name of the Forsworn, all in the name of Madanach, a king who watches us from behind the iron bars of Sidna Mine. How long have I served you? Since the uprising against the Nords? Is there ever a time when all that violence hasn't overshadowed our destinies? What choice do I have but to do as I am instructed?
Skyrim will buy anything that comes in a potion bottle. Can you believe I made money by urinating?
I seem to be murdering a lot of the city's citizens.
Got to thinking. Maybe I'm the Dragonborn. Just don't know it.
Out of my way, kinsman.
And again, a lot of them are evil bastards. So.
We warned you, but you just had to go and cause trouble. Now you have to pin all these recent murders on you. Silence witnesses. Work, work, work.
You're corrupt. Thonar is paying you.
We have nice arrangement in this city, and we're not letting you get in the way. You have a problem with that? Take it up with Marinak. I'm sure the King in Rags and his Forsworn would love to meet you. Now you're coming with us. It's a life sentence in Sidna Mine for you.
You're not taking me alive.
You'll never leave Markarth.
Who's there?
They may be a little more forgiving.
No problem. And I can't search his ash pile.
Halt! You're under arrest for murder and conspiracy against the city of Markarth.
I'm the Jarl's Thane. I demand you let me go at once.
No one in the Jarl's court is above the charge of conspiring against the city. You're coming with us.
Fine.
You'll never see the sun again. No one escapes Sidna Mine. No one.
All right, prisoner. Eyes front. You're in Sidna Mine now, and we expect you to earn your keep. There's no resting your hide in a cell in this prison. Here you work. You'll mine ore until you start throwing up silver bars. You got it?
Sorry, I'm a little deaf in this ear.
Don't get smart with me. I'm in charge. You keep it up, I'll have your toes cut off. All right, open her up. Now you, get down there.
I left behind my daughter, Uale, when I was taken.
The new meat. So soft, tender. What was it like?
What are you in for, new blood?
Nothing, I'm innocent.
Innocent? So was I, for the first one. The other murders were all me, though. My advice? Serve your time at the pickaxe and get out. You don't want to end up getting a shiv in the guts over a bottle of skooma.
Where's Madanok?
If you're asking, that means you're the new lifer. Tough luck, friend. Those guards sold you out, but good. No one talks to Madanok, I'm afraid. Not without getting past Borkul the Beast. And you don't want to talk to Borkul the Beast.
Shiv?
Small blade, easy to hide. I mean, sure, you could just swing a pickaxe into someone's face, but people tend to see that coming. Got a problem with a prisoner? Get a shiv. Here Grisvar has a spare, if you could get him to part with it.
What are you in for?
A Nord nobleman I served was stabbed in the night. Wasn't me, but I knew I'd be blamed. So I ran, joined the Forsworn, started killing, got caught. Now I'm here.
Skooma? What's that?
Bottles of moon sugar. Khajiit use it as a pick-me-up. Good way to pass the time. Prisoners smuggle the stuff in. Only currency we have down here.
Where are the guards?
They come in here once a week to clean out the bodies, grab any ore we've mined, and beat down the troublemakers. That's the only time when we get food, too. And if there's not enough ore mined up, we don't get any.
Why'd you join the Forsworn?
Because life was better under the old ways. No Nords and their laws. One day the Forsworn will paint the walls of Markarth in your kinsman's blood. Best you not be there on that day, Nord. Madanach's guard. Big, even for an orc. Heard he ripped a man's arm off and beat him to death with it. He's old-fashioned like that. Until next time.
The new meat. So soft, tender. What was it like killing your first one, huh?
Horrible. My soul is heavy and with guilt.
Ah, the gods have a place for killers. You can't carry the burden. You're weak.
What are you in for?
Murder, banditry, assault, theft, and lollygagging. Guards brought me in about 12 years ago. Was running a good group of bandits up until then. But these Forsworn, they're nothing like the men I cobbled together. They're real killers.
I need to see Madanach.
You want to talk to the king in rags? Fine. But first you gotta pay the toll. How about you get me a shiv? Not that I need one, but it's nice to have one in case I need to do some shaving.
Madanach is expecting me.
The only thing Madanach expects is a bottle of skooma in tribute ever so often. You're not getting through.
Well, here I am, in rags again. Still have a lockpick.
You serve your time by digging, so dig.
Oh, I'm in here for life. Asking too many questions.
Other prisoners get suspicious when we talk to each other, so keep it down.
What are you in for?
I'm a Forsworn. One of our raids went bad and I got captured. Would have been fine dying for the Reach with my kinsman, but the Silver Bloods want their ore mine, so they threw me in here.
How long have you been here?
Year 7, I think. Surprised I haven't cut my own throat out by now, but something keeps me going. See you.
Seems like a nice fellow. Wait, I still have my magic.
I was sent here because someone said I was a Forsworn.
What are you in for?
Guards say I murdered someone. I was just sleeping off some meat in my aunt's house. That didn't stop them from arresting me. I didn't even know who they said I killed.
How long have you been here?
A couple of years.
I wasn't forsworn when I came, but I joined up when I got in. Easier that way. Farewell.
Jarl decided I was too much of a problem. Threw me in here with the Forsworn. I got locked up one too many times. Now I'm in for life.
How long have you been here?
First it was 6 months. Then a year. Then 2 years. Now I'm in for life.
What are you in for?
The first time, thieving. The second time, thieving. The third time, thieving. It kinda keeps going like that.
I need a shiv.
Ah, you want protection? I can get you what you need. Maybe you could do something for me first. Duak has a bottle of skooma. Finest distilled moon sugar. I'm shaking just thinking about it.
I'll get it for you.
Thank you, friend. Don't worry. I'll have that shiv ready for you. All right, then.
What do you want? I've digging to do.
What are you in for?
I don't want to talk about it.
How long have you been here?
Long enough.
I hear you have some skooma.
You give me one more look, and I cut you open. That skooma's mine.
I need some badly.
Getting the shakes, huh? All right, take it. Old gods keep you.
Mm-hmm. I should have just given my weapons to Sophia. That would have been a quick, pretty good hack.
I'm innocent. The Nords framed me. I was nowhere
Jarl
near that murder
decided
weapon.
I was. Here's your shiv. Promise you won't ever use it on me, okay? All right then.
Why do I get a feeling they're gonna have me
I
kill
left
him?
behind my daughter.
You serve your time, but ready to pay the toll? One shiv.
Here's your shiv.
All right, head on in. But don't try anything in there. Madanak is smarter than you think.
Oh shit, my battery's running low on my tablet. Forgot I hadn't plugged it in.
Until next time.
Alright. It's the toilet.
Well, well, look at you. Your kinsmen have turned you into an animal, Nord. A wild beast caged up and left to go mad. So, my fellow beast, what do you want? Answers about the Forsworn? Revenge for trying to have you killed?
I want my freedom.
Your freedom? Yes. But even if you were to escape Sidna Mine, your name would still be stained with all that blood. You're one of us now, you see? A slave. The boot of your kinsman stepping on your throat. Maybe if you understood that, I could help you.
Understand how?
There's a man named Breg inside these mines. Besides me, he's been here the longest. Tell him I sent you. Ask him why he's here. I want you to know how widespread the injustice of Markarth is.
I don't know about Thonar.
I had Markarth. My men and I drove the Nords out. We had won. So we thought. Retribution was swift. I was captured, quickly tried, and sentenced to death. But my execution never came. Thonar's Silverblood stopped it. He wanted the Forsworn at his call, that I would point their rage at his enemies and spare his allies. And I have. Humiliating at first, but I knew he would let his guard down eventually, that he would come to trust I was under control.
I had questions about the Forsworn.
This was our land. We were here first. Then the Nords came and put chains on us, forbid us from worshipping our gods. Some of us refused to bow. We knew the old ways would lead us back to having a kingdom of our own. That is who we are. The Forsworn. Criminals in our own lands, and we will cut a bloody hole into the Reach until we are free. Remember, it was the Nords who locked you up.
You serve your time by digging, so dig.
Oh, I'm in here for life.
Don't reach for a shiv around me or we'll both regret it.
I don't have one. So he asked me to hear about your story.
My story, huh? Everyone in Sidna Mine has a tale. Let's hear yours first. When was the first time you felt chains around your wrists?
I was in Helgen. I was being sent to the execution.
So you know what it's like to have your life in someone else's hands. Why should they get to decide? Isn't judgment for the gods? Do you have any family? Anyone waiting for you on the outside?
Yes, but they're far from Skyrim. I have friends, only family I need. Byrnjolf, story-wise, yes, he would have family, but not on this world.
I had a daughter once. She'd be 23 this year. Married to some hot-headed silver worker, or maybe on her own, learning the herb trade. The Nords didn't care who was and who wasn't involved in the Forsworn uprising. I had spoken to Madanak once. That was enough. But my little Aethra didn't want to see her papa leave her. She pleaded to the Jarl to take her instead. And after they made me watch as her head rolled off the block, they threw me in here anyway to dig up their silver.
I'm sorry to hear what happened to you.
My daughter is the one who needs your pity. I'm just a poor Forsworn whose only regret is not killing more Nords before I was locked up.
I left behind my daughter, Uale, when I was taken.
You're back. Have you done what I asked?
I talked to him.
Yeah, imagine hearing a story like that over and over. Each time a different family, each time a different injustice. Your meddling above ground reminded me of how removed I've been from the struggle. My men and I should be in the hills, fighting.
You'll help me escape then.
Yes, but I need a show of loyalty from you. I don't need a shiv in the back while we break out. Have you met Grisvar the Unlucky? He's rightly named, and he's also a thief and a snitch. He's outlived his minor usefulness. Take care of him, and then we can leave Sidna Mine for good.
Can't kill him without a shiv.
Ah, Bork will muscle one out of you on your way in? Fine. Take this one. Remember, it was the Nords who locked you up.
You serve your time by digging, so dig.
Jarl decided I was too much of a problem. Threw me in here. What? No! No, don't kill me!
Yeah, Madanak says
please! Don't kill me!
Sorry.
I was sent here because someone said I was a Forsworn.
left behind my daughter, Uale, when I was taken.
Grisvar is dead.
You've finally become one of us. Come with me. I think it's time I announced my plans to you and your new brothers.
What's going on, Madanach? You wouldn't have old Grisvar killed unless you weren't planning on needing him.
My brothers, we have been here long enough. It's time to leave Sidna Mine and continue our fight against the Nords. Through this gate, just beside my quarters, is a tunnel. A tunnel that leads right through the old dwarven ruins of Markarth, into the city. Well, what do you say, my brothers?
The Reach belongs to the Forsworn.
I say you've earned an early pardon. Let's go.
I'm ready. Where did this tunnel come from?
It's a little gift from the dwarves. Who knew they would end up helping our cause? We have to move. We'll talk more once we see the sky.
That's coming or not.
Always say the same things. And people complain about me.
Yeah, I guess they're already in here. Somewhere. Spiders to contend with. Sorry. No idea where everyone's at. Okay. Damn it! Okay, I'm gonna cheat here. Okay. I think you can turn that off now. Oh, God. That was horrible.
Is it me, or are the priests in Skyrim all perverts? I said I had injured my leg, and one of them told me to remove my clothes, so he could use his healing hands on me. Needless to say, he needed a bit of healing himself after that.
I wish I knew where the hell everyone went to. Oh, there they are. Wait, what? Wait, where'd you...
Madanach, I brought what you asked for.
Good work. Get ready while I have a word with our favorite outsider. I had Kai recover all the things the Nords stole from you. You better get ready before we break out into the city. And take this. It's blessed with the old magics. Something to remember me by.
Thanks. So what happens now?
Now, I announce to all of Markarth that I have returned. Don't worry about your name. They'll know who to blame and fear after today. It'll take years, but I'll organize the Forsworn again. We'll reclaim our land, and then when power is ours, we'll have peace. A kingdom. Until then, let me offer you a warning. Beware the Forsworn. No place in the Reach is safe from us now.
Okay, well... Glad to have all my stuff back. Damn it, they...
Madanach, think you can escape my prison, do you? You'll pay for what you've done to my family.
Your family? You poisoned the Reach with your tainted silver for long enough, Thonar!
Never
Here we go! Give up while you still can! That it? That your best? I'll be!
Oh!
In your blood!
Going to enjoy this.
Just give up! You can't win!
Modenock is becoming unruly. You'd think that 20 years in prison would calm a beast like him down a bit. Maybe I should have let the Jarl execute him after the uprising after all. Still, he's been invaluable in getting rid of several problems over the years. Maybe I'm overreacting. No one knows about our little arrangement, not even the Forsworn. I wonder how they would react knowing their king in rags was one of my most important assets. This little shadow rebellion of his better not start to include me, though. If I find out he's even thinking about double-crossing me, I'll make sure he dies inside Sydenham Mine like the animal he is. Well, you got exactly what you deserve. Did they give me back the statue too? Yes.
So Madanak was behind those murders. Gods help us. My cousin's out fighting. I have to wonder.
That's all you're fit for.
What does the Dragonborn do want? Heard about you and hands to yourselves. Trouble? No
Not yet, but give it time.
Watch the skies. I know you. They say Ulfric stole.
Yes, but don't worry. You won't
Let
be
me
hearing
guess.
from them again.
What do you need? Go to thinking. Lightly armed. I'm telling you, I find your hand in my... Break the law in Markarth. And it's staying out of... Is that... Let's see those storms. For a dragon to a... Don't suppose you did. You see those warriors...
What you
safe,
get up
I
to
hope?
in your spare time is nothing to do with me.
Don't think you can barter with me like one of those damned shopkeepers.
Travel southeast and you'll find an orc stronghold. Up around the old Dutch.
Where's the Jarl? I need to have a chat with him about these damned traitors. Is there a locked door?
My Jarl, we need to discuss the Forsworn.
The old Madanak has been found to be the true murderer of Markarth. On behalf of the city, I apologize for your wrongful imprisonment.
Yeah, you better.
If you'll excuse me, I have a city to run.
Outsiders aren't trusted in Markarth. Just keep that in mind.
Everything all right?
Mind your own business, will you?
Yeah.
How are the...
Well, that's interesting. Still doing that.
selling my wife? We could make more.
I'm afraid the necklaces aren't selling well. Customers are not interested in medallions engraved with the symbols of other provinces.
Well, let's drop some stuff off.
Only the natives and the Nord stay in Markarth now.
As they always have, along with those crazed Forsworn. Driven off.
It was at the College of Winterhold that I learned the spell that made people naked. It has definitely got to be my favorite.
glad to be done with this God's forsaken city. I really wish I could just drop that off.
I'm telling you, I heard it. Howling. Those werewolf tales are true.
What can I do for you?
Oh yeah, I also killed the guy that sells the dogs, huh?
Poor Banning. Twice as much work here in the stables without him. Well, hello. May the crags fail to trip your feet.
Well. Let's go back to Whiterun.
There's a nip in the air. Cold won't be good for my crops. Never is.
Well. Just gonna put the shivs in here.
Honored to see you again, my Thane.
Cause trouble in Whiterun and I'll haul you into the Dragon's Reach dungeon myself.
Hey, grief, all the guards are getting uppity with me. Like I did nothing wrong. Okay. So, Windhelm. Oh yeah, there's that place right there as well. And that. Maybe I should take care of those first, huh? Ow.
That'll teach you.
A lot of near root. Oh, what's this? Setting up camp here, near this mushroom grove. Interested in seeing what exactly is causing the enhanced growth in this area. Today I'll be heading out to see what kind of effect the mushrooms and nearby neon root are having on the ecosystem downstream. Curious.
Where did you come from?
So you're the sneaky kind of person, huh? I'll have to keep an eye on you then. Especially while it's getting changed. Then again, you'll also need to keep an eye on me.
Ah, Spriggans. Hard to see what I'm fighting in all this mess. Ah, supposed to be the alchemist. Poor bastard. There's the camp. Oh, here's the mushrooms he was talking about. Wonder if near root and those things make anything. Where am I going?
Never should have come here.
Like the bite of a flea! Damn you!
Okay. Vampire dust. Exactly what I needed.
You owe me a serious foot rub for all the walking you've made me do. What do you mean it's my fault? Yes, okay, I may have agreed to it, but... whatever, you still owe me a foot rub?
All right. Come on with your hands up.
Where'd you come from?
You thought that would have stopped me?
You'll be so much easier.
That hurt.
Stop walking into the boulders.
Who's there?
What was that?
Who's there?
Found you!
Yes, you found me. Might be a little strong for these guys.
Who's there? Teach you.
Alright.
I wonder what would happen if a Khajiit and an Argonian had a baby.
It's complete. And now to Helgen. Well, this looks unfortunate. Me breaking into a burned down town.
Where'd you come from? Done and done.
Boy, I just...
Where'd you Done and done. Who's there?
So I can stab you in the
I remember this place.
You can't hide from me. There you are. Can't wait to count out your coin. No!
Ah boy, oh, is this the wagon I came in on?
It's a real pain to use. Never again will I do an honest day's work.
Can I get up here? Yes, and it's pointless. I'll open this gate. Wonder if they stay open. But at least like it if everyone was able to pass through here, all right? Because it is part of a main road. All right, let's go in. Looks like everything is still empty. Ah, okay, good. retake the city.
Now ain't this a surprise?
Oh, well, that guy's back from the dead.
Is someone there?
No.
Who's there? Done and done. Done and done.
Guess it's a good thing I'm going through here again.
Someone there?
Oh, there's a chest in here now.
I prayed for money, free booze, and more free booze, and did I get it? No. Instead, I got a hangover and a huge hole in my pocket where my money used to be.
Oh, there's a force fighter right in here. Not where I expected one would be, but oh well. Oh, there's a pathway right here. Looks like it leads to where I need to go.
Where'd you come from? Done and done.
Not what I wanted.
I can get away with
Done and done.
Ah, perfect. I need that. Okay, so I have silver. I have the death bell and vampire dust. I need the amulet now, huh? Or there's one in white run in my chest. If there is, that would be nice. If there isn't, fuck. It was a ruby, wasn't it? Fuck. Back! Why do I get a ruby? Knowing me, I probably missed one somewhere. Just lying around.
If it's better board you're after, Candlehearth Hall's got both.
You come here where you're not wanted. You eat our food, you pollute our city with your stink, and you refuse to...
I had expected Eastgrimor's city to be bigger.
...aside because it's not our fight.
What?
Hey, maybe the reason these Graysons don't help in the war is they're Imperial spies.
Why does the city keep... Why does cities keep getting attacked by dragons here? What is happening? Get down here. Damn dragon.
I'm not gonna die like this.
Oh, I love a jelly. gods must have been drunk the day they created you. It's gonna cost you. Careful! You wouldn't want to hurt my pretty face. You should pick on someone your own
dead.
size.
Prepare to die.
Bigger, and you would stand more chance of hurting.
Finally.
Always sad. Always sad.
I lost my twin sister a while back. Have you ever lost anyone else?
Hmm. Oh, wow.
Hold it there. Keep your distance.
Well, this happened quickly. What happened here?
Another girl killed. This is Susanna, from Candlehearth Hall. Served me a drink just a few nights ago, but I can't say I knew her.
Another? This has happened before?
Susanna's the third. It's always the same. Young girl killed at night, body torn up.
Oh, great, Jack the Ripper. And here I thought I left all the troubles of Markarth behind me. Now there's more murders in another city. Look, are they being investigated?
We're stretched thin as it is with the war. Nobody has the time to spend on this. Not pleasant, but it's the truth.
Could you use any help?
If you want to help, ask some of these Gawkers if they saw anything useful. I'm going to examine the body before the rats can get to it.
They used to call Windhelm the City of Kings. In my books, anyway.
A few septims for my
Yes?
supper is all I ask.
Always sad when someone has to die.
Did you see what happened here?
Sorry, I thought I saw a fellow running away, but didn't get a good look at him.
Another one. Terrible.
Ah, you could have trained me to be a better pickpocket. Here's some gold.
Oh, thank you. Divines bless your kind heart.
So, did you see what happened here?
I heard a scream and came running, but she was already like this when I got here.
I'll be taking these. Wait, deft hands. Why'd you have a pickpocketing ring? Oh God, that's horrible.
Everything's all right?
This
Did
is
you
a
see what-
shame.
Did you see what happened here?
No, sorry. But I did notice that her coin purse was still intact, so
Not
whoever
anymore.
did this wasn't after gold. I'm going to keep preparing the body, if you'll excuse me.
Imperials think we need their laws. Watch the skies, traveler.
I've spoken to the witnesses.
Just like always. Nobody saw anything useful. Bastards escaped again.
Might be more to this if you'll let me help.
Look, friend. If you think you can do better than the Legion of Guards, be my guest. I'll need to talk to your Leaf, though. We can't just let anyone go around claiming to be on official business. If he's willing, then we'll talk.
Alright.
I didn't touch it.
It's a lot of blood.
Did you look behind the forge? I think I saw it there.
Oh, yes. Now that you mention it, I think... Sorry about that.
Working in Windhelm is great. I get to see Ulfric up close.
You like being a blacksmith?
Smithing isn't the most exciting thing for me. but we all have to lend a hand as best we can. If a Stormcloak uses one of my swords to strike down an Imperial soldier, then I've done my part to free our land.
Sounds like you really admire Ulfric.
Every Nord should admire Ulfric. He fights for all of us. In fact, he's the reason I chose to learn the smithing trade. I want to make weapons and armor for the great Stormcloak army. A word of advice, don't buy discounted armor.
I made my fortune as a sea captain, but now I'm retired.
Look, we're talking about murders.
Terrible shame that. Seems we have a killer on the loose here in Byrnjolf. He's claimed 3 victims that I know of, though maybe there's more that haven't been found yet. All lovely ladies too. Let's hope the guards find that demon soon and introduce him to the headman's axe.
Who are the prominent citizens in Windhelm?
There's an author named Adonato staying at the inn. He's published a few works of historical fiction. The clans Shattershield and Cruel-Sea see most of the gold that passes through the city. And obviously you have Ulfric, the Jarl and future High King. Oh, and that busybody Viola Giordano. She's got her nose in everyone's business, which I guess is one way of being prominent.
What's there to do in the city?
If you're looking to pass the time, you can give Calixto a few septims and gawk at whatever oddity he's come across lately. If you're in need of goods, there's a market. If it's a soft bed and a hot meal you're after, there's Candlehearth Hall.
What kind of captain are you?
Well, nothing. At least not anymore. Folk just call me that because of what I used to do. I was a sailor for many a year. I made my coin as a trader, and in time, I bought my own ship. When I retired here in Windhelm, most folk already knew me as Captain Lonelygale, and the name just stuck.
You said you're going to help us.
Fair winds and calm seas.
Don't suppose you'd enchant my
Discount is the
sword.
least I can do.
Dull old blade
I'm
can
not
barely
looking
cut
for
butter.
special treatment, Darrow. All I did was talk to Ulfric. For all I know, he's
Fruits and
already
vegetables,
forgotten the
all ripe
conversation.
and ready for your
I
table.
wouldn't get your hopes.
I made my fortune as a sea captain,
Oh, I
but now
see.
I'm retired.
Well, I'm sorry to have troubled you about it. Just know that your efforts are appreciated.
Cookware, knives, and other goods for the home, all at
The townsfolk call me captain, because I used to be a sailor.
You one of those Skyrim for the Nords types?
Yeah, no, Skyrim's big enough for everyone.
Good. Too many Nords in this town have been listening to Ulfric's narrow-minded words. He's tough, loyal to his men, and a good leader. But if you're not a Nord, Ulfric will never trust you.
Everything's fresh and delicious.
Ulfric doesn't care for outsiders?
Whenever a group of marauders attack a Nord village, Ulfric is the first to sound the horn and send the men. But a group of Dark Elf refugees gets ambushed, a group of Argonians or a Khajiit caravan, no troops, no investigation, nothing. There's a group of cutthroats out there right now that Ulfric doesn't lift a finger to bring to justice, as long as they don't threaten Nord land.
What if I took care of these bandits?
That's a brave offer. I'd be happy to throw in my coin behind that. You deal with them. I'll make sure you get paid. Maybe this old soldier will throw in some lessons as well.
I help the Dark Elves.
Help the Dark Elves? Oh, you must have heard me talking to Malfir. The Dark Elves live in a run-down slum called the Grey Quarter. Ulfric's content to keep it that way. I guess they think I can open Ulfric's eyes to their plight and get him to lift a finger on their behalf. I'm trying, but Ulfric is set in his ways. For him, there's 2 kinds of people in this world. Nords, and the folk beneath them.
The Dark Elf called you a war hero?
I killed a lot of High Elves in the Great War, and I didn't die. I guess that makes me a war hero. The Great War. There was nothing great about it. Thousands died on both sides. And where did it get us? Did we really save the Empire? Or did we just plant the seeds for Ulfric's uprising? And another war. Show those marauders what Windhelm justice
I lost my
tastes
twin
like.
sister a while back. Have you ever lost anyone close?
You need anything, come see me. I'm as resourceful as I am discreet.
Where do you get your goods?
Wherever I can find them. If you're the type who worries over where something came from, you may want to move on.
You live in the Grey Quarter?
I'm a dark elf and I live in Windhelm, so yes, I live in the Grey Quarter. You must be new around here, or you'd know they don't let my kind live anywhere outside that slum.
Well, when I asked about where you get your goods, I figured I might as well ask because the last person I encountered who was selling meat was a cannibal.
Be sure to stop by Sadri's used wares in the Grey Quarter.
So I just want to make sure I don't encounter that here as well.
Yes?
Do you grow all your own crops?
Everything you see is grown at my family's own Hollyfrost farm. Fresh and filling. I also do a little herb growing. The court wizard, Woundfirth, pays us to plant a little nightshade. Who knows what he uses it for? Hey, could you deliver this bottle of nightshade extract to Woundfirth?
Sure.
Thanks.
Must be tough to grow anything out here.
There's an old saying that only a Nord can work the soil in Skyrim. I don't think anyone else would have the patience for it. It takes half a day just to dig a planting row in the cold, stony earth here. But what else can we do? Eat rocks and ice? Good day to you.
If you're looking to get a drink, Candlehearth Hall's got warm fires and strong ale.
Are you treated as badly as the Dark Elves?
It was difficult at first. The Nords of this city are at best suspicious of outsiders. But in time, I made the right friends and proved myself useful enough that they don't give me trouble anymore. The Dark Elves are too proud and naive to understand the way things truly are, and so they continue to dwell in that slum.
How long have you been in Windhelm?
Just got here from the Somerset Isles. Lots of opportunity in Skyrim. Thank you for your custom.
What the fuck? Oh, that's just no. I thought that was like a weirdly weird texture.
Need some metal hammers?
You're the castle blacksmith?
Of course I am. What do I look like, a tavern wench? Don't let my words cut you too deep. I've just been working the forge too hard, trying to set this sword right.
What's special about this sword?
Jarl wants it to look like an ancient blade. High Queen Fridis ruled over Windhelm in the Second Era, and her sword was legendary. Getting the real sword would be even better than making a copy, but no one wants to risk getting it from its resting place. If you find that sword, traveler, I'd be grateful.
Does the war mean good business for you?
I don't see these troubles as business. This is a labor of honor. To bring Ulfric his rightful glory, I would hammer 1,000 shields. Shore's bones. I might just have to.
How's your steel?
Every bit as sharp as what you'll find in Whiterun. I respect Jorland, but he has the good fortune to work the Skyforge. Something about the fires. Their steel just holds tighter. If that makes any sense. Don't forget, you find Queen Freydis' sword, I'll reward you.
Name's Nils. I'm the cook up at Candlehearth Hall.
Be on the lookout. The butcher could be around any corner.
I'm a sailor on the North Wind. We're laying over in Windhelm for a while. It's good to spend some time on solid land.
This here's Candlehearth Hall. Great rooms upstairs, and there's a bed for rent on the ground floor.
I'm looking for work. Got any leads?
Here, take a look at this. Some of the Jarl's men came by and left this bounty letter.
So, why is it called Candlehearth Hall?
Did you see the candle above the fire upstairs? It was lit 163 years ago, back when this building was the home of a grand warrior named Wundheim. When word came that he'd fallen, his son Durot lit the candle in his honor. Nobody knows why it still burns. Enjoy your stay, and don't break nothing.
If it's a mercenary you're looking for, you found him. There's no stronger sword arm for hire in all Skyrim.
A life on the river makes for weak legs, so I do a lot of walking.
You a dark elf lover? Get out of our city, you filthy piece of trash.
I don't like your attitude. Actually, wait, why do you hate the Dark Elves?
They're parasites. They're living in our city under our protection. What do they do for us? Nothing. I know the High King invited them here, but he didn't ask me or anyone else first. Maybe he should have.
You really think the Dark Elves are Imperial spies?
Wouldn't surprise me. They've done nothing to help in the fight for Skyrim's freedom. Those Thalmor are elves too. I bet they're working together. Maybe I should round up some men and take us a few prisoners to interrogate.
I don't like your attitude.
Don't like it? Too bad. This is our city. Ours! Don't think I can take you? 100 septums say I can punch you back where you came from.
You're on.
All right? Fists only. None of that magic stuff either. Let's go. Come on. Let's see what you're made of. That's it. That wasn't a fair swing.
You lost. Give me my money.
Yeah.
This
Here.
one's a favorite of mine. A legend we all know and love. Need something?
What do you do around here?
I'm a bard. Trained at the Bard's College in Solitude. Wanderers like you should think about applying. Until next time.
Then it's true, what everyone is saying. That Aventus Aretino is doing the Black Sacrament, trying to summon the Dark Brotherhood?
Oh, Grimvar. Always with the nonsense. No, of course not. Those are just tales.
Fine, then I'll invite him out to play. He lives right there. I'm going to knock on his door.
No, child. Wait! That boy, that house, they are cursed.
Ha! Then I'm right. I knew it. He's trying to have somebody killed.
All right. I won't deny it, child. What you heard is true. But Aventus Aretino walks a dark path. His actions can lead only to ruin. Now,
It's so bright out here. I don't know
no
how
more.
you stand it.
I am the only friend you need.
Do you know my father? He's really important. He even talks to the Jarl sometimes.
Who's your father?
His name is Torsten Krulsi. He's really rich, because he owns a farm called Hollyfrost. He told me once that he wanted me to grow up and be a sailor, because that's where all our family names come from. But I don't want to be a sailor or a farmer. I want to be a warrior, the strongest one ever. Until next time.
I try to keep Grimvar safe, but these are dangerous times.
Did I hear you say something about a cursed child?
Yes. It is quite sad. A young boy, Aventus Aretino, lost his mother recently and was sent to an orphanage. But he has returned home, and people have heard strange chanting. They say it's the Black Sacrament, the ritual to contact the Dark Brotherhood. Why a little boy would want to contact a group of murderers is beyond me. But he is inviting evil into this city. Safe travels.
All the Argonians at the docks are nice to me. Good thing, too. Your father would run them off.
Good grief.
So
Didn't that door used to be an expert?
very tired. Please, how long must I do this? I keep praying, Night Mother. Why won't you answer me? Sweet mother, send your child unto me, for the sins of the unworthy must be baptized in blood and fear. Sweet mother, send your child unto me.
Master Aventus Aretino, your Ulfric Stormcloak, wishes to express his deepest sympathies at the death of your mother, Nalia. Unfortunately, because you are fatherless and have no other known relations, the Jarl cannot allow you to remain in your home unsupervised. Therefore, in no more than a week's time, you are to report to Honor Hall Orphanage in Riften, where you will reside until your 16th birthday. Well, I guess 16 is when you become an adult. The Aretino family home is the Aretino family home in the city of Windhelm will of course remain your property. The building will be securely locked and ready for your return 6 years hence. Oh, so he's 10. Okay. Note that I am unsure of the education provided to you by your recently deceased mother, or if you possess the ability to read the letter I am currently composing. Therefore, a member of the city guard will call upon you in 1 week at your home and provide escort to the orphanage. Hopefully that his arrival will not come as a complete shock. With greatest respect, Byrnjolf, steward of our most noble Jarl, Ulfric Stormcloak.
Sins of the unworthy must be baptized in blood and fear.
I wonder if his mother was murdered by the serial killer.
Please, how long must I do this? I keep praying, Night Mother. Why won't you answer me? You've come at last! I knew you would!
Are you alright?
It worked! I knew you'd come. I just knew it! I did the Black Sacrament over and over with the body and the things. And then you came, an assassin from the Dark Brotherhood.
I'm sorry, boy, but I'm not who you think I am.
Of course you are. I prayed, and you came, and now you'll accept my contract.
Contract?
My mother, she died. I'm all alone now. So they sent me to that terrible orphanage in Riften, Honor Hall. The headmistress is an evil, cruel woman. They call her Grella the Kind, but she's not kind. She's terrible to all of us. So I ran away and came home and performed the Black Sacrament. Now you're here, and you could kill Grella the Kind.
Okay.
Please hurry. To be honest, I'm kind of lonely here. As much as I hated getting sent to Honor Hall, I really miss my friends there.
So he actually wants to go back to Honor Hall. Also, I like how they can't leave him alone, but there's somewhere around here a little girl who's on her own. No family or anyone to speak of.
Hi, mister. Would you like to buy some flowers? Please?
Sure, what do you have?
Not much, but I hope you like them.
Who are you? Where are your parents?
They're dead. My mama died when I was little.
I don't remember her very well. My father was a Stormcloak soldier. One day he left and didn't come back. I'm all alone. I try to sell flowers so I can buy food. It's not much, but what else can I do? Thanks. Thanks. Thanks for talking to me.
You're a war hero, Byrnjolf. Ulfric will listen to you. You've seen how we live. Cramped alleys, run-down buildings, few guard patrols. Even the name Grey Quarter is an insult. That's all I ask. With your help, we have a chance to make a better life for ourselves here. And for that, I thank you.
So that conversation I had with that other guy started here. But now I can ask the question when I haven't seen the conversation. What's this blood on the ice? Oh, right.
I thought the Grey Quarter would be a haven for my kind.
What's the Grey Quarter?
Windhelm is divided into 4 quarters. The Grey Quarter is the one that's home to all the city's dark elves. If it looks to you like an impoverished slum, that's because it is. Ulfric prefers that we live in squalor. He has nothing but disdain for anyone who isn't a Nord. He tolerates us, but that's the extent of his hospitality.
Have you ever thought about just moving back to Morrowind?
Not a day goes by that I don't think about returning to the ancestral home of my people. Still, even with the rough treatment we've had at the hands of Ulfric and his lot, I've got ties here. It's probably more trouble to pack up and leave than it is to stay. Besides, Amberus can't run the corner club on his own. It was a pleasure.
Farm work is hard work. It's good to relax when I can, but I still have to listen to my brothers harping about injustice.
Got something for just about everybody in here.
Oh, God.
Give
Hi.
a holler if you have any questions. I like to share my good fortune with those who deserve it.
Nothing in here is stolen? Nothing at all?
Of course nothing in here is stolen. Only a careless, shameful, idiotic fetcher would do something as stupid as to buy pilfered goods. Oh, by Azura, I've made a terrible mistake. I bought a gold ring, and Viola Giordano has been missing a ring that looks just like it.
I could return the ring for you.
It's not that easy. She'd go to the Jarl if she knew I was even remotely involved. You have to get it to her some other way. Look, it's dangerous. But if you sneak the ring into her house, put it in a dresser or something, I will make it worth your while.
So who supplies your goods?
I've scraped this collection together by whatever means I could. I do some business with the trade caravans, and I've picked up a number of items from adventurers like yourself. A few intrepid souls even brought some items back from Morvenskar, the fort southwest of the city. Don't let Viola catch you in her house.
Hi.
What do you need? What is it?
I thought the Grey Quarter would be a haven for my kind.
How splendid. Another Nord.
There have been murders in Windhelm.
None of that matters to me. Until someone takes a Dunmer, I'll let Windhelm deal with its own problems.
Why are there so many Dark Elves here?
Where else would we be? When the Red Mountain burned, you could scarcely breathe in Morrowind, so we came west. Windhelm was the first city on that road, and here we are. If we had known the Nords would be so unwelcoming, we may have kept walking.
How are the Dark Elves treated in Windhelm?
Well, you see where we have to live. This forgotten alley. All the filth from the upper quarters flows downhill, like they say. Good luck getting one of the guards to help with anything. I tried to get Ulfric to even come down here to see the squalor, but the High Lord of His Mightiness couldn't find the time. If you need another drink, I'll be right here.
Kind of like the ambient music in here.
After what happened to those other women, I'm worried about my own safety.
I'd be out there fighting the Imperials right now if it wasn't for my war wound.
And anyone.
Oh, thank you. Divines bless your kind heart. Good day.
Okay, so...
I'm a sailor on the North Wind. We're laying over in Windhelm for
let's see here. Her house would be over here somewhere. Damn it. There we go.
A few septims for my supper is all I ask.
Yeah?
What?
Let me know if you see anything you like. Have you taken care of that little problem? Thank you, thank you! Azura's prophecy always guides you to fortune. Speaking of fortune, here. Everything I earned from my last shipment. It's yours.
Nice.
Do come again.
Windhelm has been hard on my people, but our fortunes will turn, and we have shelter and food.
Your people have bad luck?
We have not fared well outside our native Black Marsh, but we're determined to make the best of things. I began praying to Zenithar, the god of wealth, to bring us some fortune, but thieves made off with my sacred amulet almost as soon as I bought it.
I can find your amulet for you.
Shavi would be in your debt, kind one.
Are you always so happy?
Oh yes. After all, what's the point in being miserable all the time? I know life on the docks isn't easy. Sometimes life puts you in difficult circumstances you didn't choose. But being happy or unhappy is a choice you make. And I've chosen to make the best of things that I can. I enjoyed our talk.
Look, we don't have much love for your kind down here. Probably best. I know this place looks horrible. Please, don't hold it against the company.
Why is it so run down?
Sad, isn't it? We can't afford to keep the place running since these attacks started. Pirates, you see. Raiding all along the coast, from Hammerfell to Vardenfell. Only the Shatter Shields appear safe.
Who are the Shatter Shields?
A very powerful family in Windhelm. They run a private shipping operation and would love to have the docks to themselves. Wouldn't surprise me if they were in league with the pirates somehow.
Do you have any proof of that?
Not yet, no. But perhaps an intrepid person such as yourself could help with that? They have a dark elf who oversees their operations, Suveris Atherin. She's meticulous to a fault, and keeps a logbook with every transaction she makes. If it were to somehow end up in my hands, I wouldn't argue.
What else can you tell me about the pirates?
They call themselves the Bloodhawkers. They've been around as long as I can remember, but only recently focused on our ships. A dastardly group, but they're more than simple brigands. Shrewd, clever, not to be trifled with.
Why not fight them? Why not fight back?
Our own security forces are limited, and all the mercenaries are tied up in this ridiculous war. We don't even know their base of operations, and attacking single ships won't really solve the problem. Now, if you'll excuse me.
You're like me, eh? Don't fancy those clunky two-handed weapons.
Do you ever get the feeling of just losing your clothes at the most inappropriate moments? No, me neither. Okay,
Do you
well,
hate
maybe
the
sometimes.
Dark Elves? Are you here to bully us and tell us to leave?
No, I don't hate your people.
You've come to the wrong city, then. Windhelm's a haven of prejudice and narrow thinking, unworthy of one such as you.
Look like those Nords were giving you trouble.
Nothing new there. Most of the Nords living in Windhelm don't care much for us, but Rolf is the worst by far. He likes to get drunk and walk around the Grey Quarter yelling insults at us in the small hours of the morning. Oh, a real charmer, that one.
Why would anyone think you're a spy?
Some of these Nords will come up with any excuse to despise us. And it isn't just the Dark Elves they hate. They make a target of the Argonians as well. In fact, just about anyone who isn't a Nord is fair game for their bullying. All right, then.
Sorry, I really don't want to get you into trouble, but... Oh, fuck. Okay, private property of Suveris Atherin. Please return to him in Windhelm if found. Spoke with Master Torbjorn in the morning. Pleased with projects to increase competitiveness of shipping office. Spent afternoon overseeing offices and various paperworks. Moderate lunch and heavy dinner. Punish one of the dock workers for laziness. 2 days rations. Empty stomach means less good work for a few days, but he'll work hard from here on out. Moderate lunch and dinner. Correspondence with Uncle Mithorpa and Morrowind. Sadness continues to abound following flowing west. Light lunch, no dinner. Reports that our pirate friends are offering to let the company ships through in exchange for gold. We'll need to look into this. Heavy lunch and dinner. Try to get in to see Master Torbjorn about the potential issues, but he proved too busy tending to his wife and daughter in mourning. Did not wish to intrude. Oh god, I'm gonna really seriously ruin these people's lives, aren't I? Skipped lunch, waiting at the Shuttershield house, moderate dinner. Explained situation to Master Torbjorn. As usual, he did not wish to know details, only how much money I needed to ensure smooth operations. I depart tomorrow for Dawnstar, hoping to catch the captain at the Wind Peak for his crew's regular festivities. Heavy lunch, skip dinner, in favor of packing. Beginning journey, plan to be back in the by the 12th. Return safely, though not unscathed. Bandit attacks delayed the initial travel. Then Stig Salt Plank proved to be more uncooperative than I had hoped. Chipped in some additional gold out of my own purse. Some cleverness in the books will see it repaid. And the deal was done. And on the road, light meals all around. Hoping word gets back to Stig's betters of our new arrangements before more company ships can make it through. And the Argonians had completely fouled up the operations in my absence. No surprise there. Need to see the old one scuba supply. That should keep them motivated. Heavy lunch and dinner. I am really sorry.
We're one of the same kind, you and I.
For a dragon to attack Kinesgrove.
Here you go.
If you get me the logbook, I'll have proof of Shattershield's treachery.
I have it.
How did you get it? No, never mind. I probably shouldn't know. I see. It looks like Severus has been traveling to Dawnstar to meet with a pirate crew there. Get to Dawnstar and see what you can find out about these rogues. I'd wager they won't be too far from the tavern. Try to find out where their fortress is. The captain, Stig Saltplank, has to know something.
Okay. Well, I don't want to... I don't want to go to a new town. So, let's see here. What all do I have here? So, kill the giant, get that, deliver that. And that's the other thing I needed. Hide that, since I'm not doing anything with that right now.
What do you need?
The Imperials think we need their laws.
I don't get why people worship the gods. What have they ever done for us mere mortals? Nothing. I prayed for money, free booze, and more free booze, and did I get it? No. Instead, I got a hangover and a huge hole in my pocket where my money used to be.
Hey, companion.
Oh, God!
Maybe you've seen masts sticking out of the water to the northeast. That would be the wreck of the Winter War. Fine vessel back in its day. Don't suppose you'd enchant.
Oh my god.
Imperials think us all lawless beasts. I'm proof of their ignorance.
He'll come around.
Oh, what the fuck?
The Dunmer gets their drinks at the new Nissa's Corner Club. But you can't just go to the taverns beyond
Whatever you've heard I can do is probably true.
I have a delivery from Hilby.
Ah, yes, the extract. Good. Poisonous, of course, but it has its uses. I suppose you want something for your trouble? Here. Mind what or who you practice this on.
I don't need it. Wait, I said I didn't.
Strength and steel are well and good, but magic is the true.
Is that first?
Ma'am, you're in the way.
And let them die with their false kings.
We've been soldiers a long time. We know the price of freedom. But people are still weighing things in their hearts.
What's left of Skyrim to wager?
They have families to think of.
How many of their sons and daughters follow your banner? We are their families.
Well put, friend. Tell me, Garmar, why do you fight for me?
I'd follow you into the depths of oblivion. You know that.
Yes, but why do you fight? If not for me, what then?
I'll die before elves dictate the fates of men. Are we not one in this?
I fight for the men I've held in my arms, dying on foreign soil. I fight for their wives and children whose names I heard whispered in their last breath. I fight for we few who did come home, only to find our country full of strangers wearing familiar faces. I fight for my people, impoverished to pay the debts of an empire too weak to rule them, yet brands them criminals for wanting to rule themselves. I fight so that all the fighting I've already done hasn't been for nothing. I fight because I must.
I want your honest opinion. What do you think about my boobs? I mean, do they look the right size to you? Hey, stop looking at me like that, you pervert!
Would be the day when soldiers
You brought
like
up the
us
question.
are no longer needed.
I would gladly retire.
I just remembered something, of course, so I have a bit of a look-see. Oh, does he not have one in here? I could have sworn he had an unusual gem in here somewhere. Huh. I guess not. Well, the guard's like, what
now
are you doing?
I remember. You're that new member of the Companions. So you... what?
Alright. Who are you?
Fight or die well.
Who are you? I don't remember seeing you before.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure you belong here, friend.
The Stormcloaks are finding victory across the land.
Okay, so I've heard about these murders.
These are difficult times indeed, when men stalk their brethren like beasts. My men are stretched thin as it is. If you offer your aid, I gladly accept. The guards will be told to assist you as necessary. I'm happy to lend a hand as much as I can as well. I'm not much of a strategist, but Lord Ulfric listens to my counsel all the same.
What do you do for the Jarl?
For Ulfric? Well, nothing official. Known him for years. He seems to value my thoughts, and I'm grateful for that. I don't really have a mind for war, and I think he likes having an untrained opinion from time to time.
What can you tell me about Windhelm?
Grew up here. Cold as Admora, but that just grows the beard sticker. Lot of history in these walls. We're trying to make some more. It's a lucky time to be alive. Travel safely. It's dangerous out there.
Only the foolish or the courageous approach a Jarl without summons. Do I know you?
I believe we've already met.
Is that so? Yes. You were with us at
Message, sir.
Helgen.
Is that
Destined
mine,
for
sir?
the chopping block, if I'm not
Course.
mistaken.
Something that seems to be in short supply these days.
I was set free. Could have gone anywhere. I came here to fight the Emperor. No, really. No, really.
A fair point. Well, you've come to the right place then. Speak with Galmar. I'm always looking for able fighters. Not everyone can say they made it out of Helgen. Seems we're all branded villains these days. So long as your criminal past stays in the past, and you fight for me with honor and integrity.
Look, I was
we'll
framed,
welcome
okay?
you into our ranks.
Aye, but in the meantime, we have a war to plan.
The Stormcloaks are finding victory across the land. I'm not much of a strategist, but Lord Ulfric
Why do I need to talk to you again?
listens to my
Examine the
counsel
crime
all the
scene,
same.
okay. What's over here? This is the dungeons, right? Or the barracks, okay. I don't think I've ever been in here. Might as well have a look. Ooh, nice and big.
You should unload some of that unwanted gear. Head over to Sadri's used wares. Talk to the elf. Heard about you and your honeyed words.
Oh my. This is a very clean prison. Nice and neat.
I find your wolfish grin unsettling.
Ulfric won't give us a straight answer.
He's a true Nord.
Trouble? Huh? Hail, companion.
I was granted permission.
All right, then. I noticed a trail of blood leading away from here. Helgerd's taken the body into the Hall of the Dead to prepare for burial. She's a little crazy, but if she knows anything, it's dead bodies.
Let's get indoors. Or in a cave. Anywhere, just out of this.
Who would want to live in a place like this?
Large diagonal cut from left shoulder.
Have you noticed anything strange about the body?
Well, she's dead. But I guess that's not unusual, at least not for somebody in here. I mean, someone who's not me, that is. Sorry. Was only joking with you.
So, it's alright, but have you found anything?
Not really. The only unusual thing is the shape of the cuts. They look like they were made with... Well, the ancient Nords used these kinds of curved blades when they embalmed their dead. I don't know who in Windhelm would even have something like that. Other than me, of course.
Let me know if you find anything else.
I wouldn't hold out too much hope. Now, I really got to get back to the body. Lot of work to prepare her for the grave.
I wonder why she was called the Wicked. But I can talk with her to figure out why.
Watch the skies, traveler.
Is this quest bugged or something?
Disrespect the law and you disrespect me.
I really couldn't care less. I've never had any respect for you guys.
May the gods watch over your battles, friend.
Oh, man. The guard's walking off.
What is it?
How do I get into, Skyrim?
Shadow Shield's old place. It's been abandoned ever since she was killed. I think her mother, Tova, has the key. Mm-hmm. Trouble?
I've been not really sure what to do with myself anymore. I just miss her so much.
I have some questions about your daughter.
I'm sorry. She was very dear to me, and it's rather painful to think about. I'd rather not talk about my daughter, if you'll excuse me.
Do you want to find your daughter's killer or not?
I've had enough troubles recently. What is it that you're after?
I need to I need to investigate her house, but I'll need the key.
Yerim? Well, I'm not sure what you think you'll find there, but you're welcome to have a look.
Sing, Braun's one of the most savage fighters I've ever seen.
Here, have a drink on me.
Got any ale or mead? Please forgive my mood. I'm still coming to terms with my daughter's death.
By Eastmere, a thief.
Yep, I thought so. These haven't been used for ages. Nothing but skewer droppings and cobwebs inside. Blood. Oh, no, I didn't. It said investigate, not take. God damn it. This perfectly good wardrobe was left behind for some reason. Found the marks on the floor. It looks like this box was pushed against the wall recently. plans are coming together swimmingly. I've found good sources of bone flesh and blood, but thus far, good sampling of sinew and marrow have escaped me. No matter, the city is swollen with contemptuous fools who will be missed by nobody. Last night I was almost able to corner Susanna as she left Candlehearth. Idiot guard showed up at just the wrong moment, and I had to turn about, just out for a stroll and so forth. There will be other chances. The time is drawing near. Think back to my time in Winterhold. All the wasted minds up in their towers. They only explore the magic they already know. I am discovering new magic here. Something deeper than contrived shenanigans of fire and light. This flesh magic is older than us, perhaps older than the world itself. I am tugging at the corners of the fabric of the universe, and where it bunches and folds is where I shall create my greatest triumph. One more attempt at the Candlehearth girl. She's proving to be a bit too cautious. Those strong joints of hers could contain the most exquisite tendons, worth the effort tonight. Beware the butcher, the killer who haunts the streets of Windhelm. These calamitous times bring out the worst in people. Don't become the next victim. See Viola Giordano if you spot any suspicious behavior. The chair is stacked on the bed in an odd fashion. Before I do anything here, let's see if I can find Viola.
If it's bed or board you're after, Candle will fall.
Not sure where I'll find her though. Oh, is that her? Oh, lucky me.
Be on the lookout. The butcher could be around any corner.
What can you tell me about the butcher?
I've been following him for months now. Well, not actually following. Trying to find him. The guards won't help. The people won't help. I'm the only one who thinks he can be caught.
Why can't the guards help?
They say they're too busy with the war. I say, what good is winning a war if we're still terrorized by one of our own?
How can the rest of the people not care?
Oh, they care, all right. Just none of them thinks to do anything about it. They say I'm just snooping around bothering people. But I'm trying to save lives.
Found this journal in the killer's lair.
Huh? What's it say?
Sounds like the court mage has been experimenting.
Woundfirth. There have been rumors swirling about him for years. As long as I can remember. But he's a dangerous man. That's why they call him the Unliving. I wouldn't approach him directly. This information needs to go straight to the steward. He'll listen to you.
That's not what, God.
After what happened to those other women, I'm worried about my own safety.
Okay, you know what, what happened to that quick save? Let's do this. Because I've seen something where she, I think, follows you into the house.
I'm glad you're here. There's something I'd like to ask you.
A pleasure to see you as well, Naranja. What can I do?
Question now, where the hell is she right now? Oh, there she is.
After what happened, women murdered time and again, and all the guards care about is the wall.
Okay, maybe I need to unlock the house first.
Byrnjolf, good to see you.
Okay, let's try talking to her again.
Need something? The guards won't help. The people won't. They say they're too busy with the war. They say I'm just snooping around, bothered. I've been trying to put those up around the city, to warn people. Have them keep their eyes open. But someone keeps taking them down. You say you found it in Hiram? Frigga's old place? Let's go have a look around there. I've got a feeling about this one. Follow me.
Alright. I've never done this one before, so I just... When I saw that video of her being with you in the house, it got me wondering... it just kind of got me wondering about this.
Be on the lookout. Look here. There's something strange about this cabinet. Look here. There's something strange about this cabinet.
Wardrobe seems to be nailed to the wall.
Oh my! That, you go first.
Investigate the altar. The altar is built to some unknown magic. Looks like someone is using body parts towards some gruesome end. 17 tendons and assorted ligaments. 173 fragments of bone for assemblage. Approximately 4 buckets full of blood, Lord preferred. 6 spoons of marrow, no more than 2 from a thigh. 12 yards of flesh before cutting. Stars crying to the edge of the ice mind. Look to the lights, where their souls dance, revealing the time when a spark will revive, when the rotted unites under most skillful hands. Translation from Aldmer text, as interpreted by the Eyelids and first transcribed by Altmer. Provenance and authority unknown. Soon. Ow.
What's it say? What's it say?
Oh, it sounds like the court mage has been experimenting.
Moonfirth. There have been rumors swirling about him for years, as long as I can remember. But he's a dangerous man. That's why they call him the Unliving. I wouldn't approach him directly. This information needs to go straight to the steward. He'll listen to you.
Wait!
After what happened to those other women, I'm worried about my own safety. Women murdered time and again, and all the guards care about is the war.
Why is this place locked? Really? I'm supposed to take the amulet down.
Does it sound a little inappropriate when the guards tell people to stop lollygagging? Do you know about Talos? He founded the Empire.
Lightly armored means light.
Aldrich won't give us a straight answer.
He's a true.
I used to be an adventurer like you. And I took an arrow in the knee.
Whatever you've heard I can do
Like I
is
haven't heard that
probably
one
true.
before.
Or do you dabble in necromancy?
I beg your pardon? Necromancy. I am a member of the College of Winterhold. In
Oh,
good
there's the
standing.
jewel right there.
They haven't allowed necromancy for hundreds of years.
I found your journals and amulet where the butcher worked.
My what now? I've never kept a journal, I can assure you. What exactly did this amulet look like?
Eight-sided jade, ringed with ebony, a worn carving.
I know it well, or at least I've heard of it. I would wager that carving once depicted a skull. That is the necromancer's amulet of legend. It appears you were at least half right. There is necromancy at the heart of this.
I guess Calixto was wrong. I didn't even talk to him.
Yeah. Calixto and his books are often confused about such matters. It happens to the best of us.
So what can we do now?
I've been noting a pattern to when the killings happen. Now that we know they're tied into some sort of necromantic ritual, I think I know when the next might occur. Let's see. From Elordis of Last Seed until Amidus of Hearthfire, it will happen soon. Very soon. Keep watch in the Stone Quarter tomorrow night. That's almost certainly where the killer will strike next.
Yérim is a fine house, and it's up for sale. You should talk to... Hey, watch it!
Well then, don't stand in my way. There's a killer I must catch.
Then let them die with their false king.
Where did he say to go? Stone Quarter.
I've been a bit out of sorts since our daughter was taken from us.
Cookware, knives, and other goods for the home. All liveries,
There used to be
fruit and
that,
vegetables
yeah.
for sale. Horses, all day long. Do you have any idea how dull horses are? Assorted
It said tomorrow night, but
supplies and tools you just can't live without. Come and see for yourself.
Don't even think about it.
Done and done. Oh. What happened?
Soon enough, my sweet Lucilla. You will be with me again. Normally when such words are written, it is because the love left behind is soon to depart. But in my case, I hope to soon bring your spirit back into my world. For it was you who loved this world so much, not I. I continue to collect your new form from the ragged bits around Windhelm. If they only knew what destiny would soon grace their bodies, with your spirit imbuing them with higher purpose, they would surely thank me for the great gift I give them. I reserve for them a place of beauty alongside your heart. The day draws near. Soon I will hold you, and I will show you this, and it will be as delivering a long-forgotten letter to a weary traveler. Love always, Calixto. And with that, the murder has been solved!
Good to see you again, friend.
I probably shouldn't have the killer's journals with me. Especially since I stole one of them.
Give us a straight answer.
He's a true Nord. He'll come around.
Don't be so sure. We've intercepted couriers from Solitude.
The Stormcloaks are finding victory across the land.
Calixto was the butcher.
Izmir's beard. The man was always a bit odd, but I wouldn't have expected. You've done the city a mighty service, friend. I believe you'll find the guards to be a bit more cordial with you in the future.
I think I need to send Bolgraf a stronger message. Travel safely. It's dangerous out there.
Shoving a sword through his gullet.
Taking his city and leaving him.
I guess I could talk to the Jarl some more.
You did this city a great service, man. My cousin's out fighting dragons. In what wagon?
He's a true Nord. He'll come around. Speak with Galmar. He'll size you up and see where we can best use your talents.
Helgen, they said you shouted the king to death.
Not entirely true. Though not entirely false either. Any Nord can learn the way of the voice by studying with the Greybeards, given enough ambition and dedication. My shouting Torg to the ground proved he had neither. However, it was my sword piercing his heart that killed him.
So why did you kill the High King?
I killed Torg to prove our wretched condition. How is the High King supposed to be the defender of Skyrim if he can't even defend himself?
What of his widow? Doesn't she claim the throne?
Indeed. Elisif has become Jarl of Solitude. Historically and conveniently home of the High King, backed by Imperial interests. But the Moot has not yet met to name her High Queen. And they won't. Not as long as I have any say in it.
Do you desire to be the High King?
There hasn't been a true High King in Skyrim for generations. For too long, he's been hand-picked by the Emperor, and given emphatic nods by milk-drinking Jarls addicted to Imperial coin. It's time we had a real High King, one of our own making.
So how did you become the Jarl of Eastmarch?
My father, the great bear of Eastmarch, died during my imprisonment after the Markarth incident. I, his only son, forced to deliver his eulogy via letter I had smuggled out of prison. Such is the love of Titus Mead for his subjects. When finally set free, I returned to Windhelm and was greeted by a city in mourning, at one with my own grief and anger, clamoring in angry voices, calling out for justice, for war. They sat me on the throne of Ysgramor, the throne of my father. I only hope I can prove worthy of that honor.
How goes the war?
The Empire thinks it holds Falkreath from us, but the souls of Skyrim's bravest are buried there and will fill our hearts and strengthen our blades.
How goes the war?
Soon enough, we will march on Solitude, and on that day the heroes of Sovngarde will march with us, and the Empire will fall to its knees in fear. I'm not sure why Tullius is wasting his time trying to take Winterhold from us, but if he wants to throw his men away, I'll gladly accept that gift. The Imperials have already dug into Whiterun. We'll wrest it from them soon enough. We must. Its central position is key. We should take Yarmarch. It'll be an important pressure point on the Imperials. We'd be within spitting distance of the capital. We're fighting because we're done bleeding for an empire that won't bleed for us. Untold numbers of Nords died defending the Empire against the Dominion. And for what? Skyrim being sold to the Thalmor so the Emperor could keep his throne. We're fighting because our own Jarls, once strong, wise men, have become fearful and blind to the people's suffering. We're fighting because Skyrim needs heroes, and there's no one else but us. Go with the gods.
So sure of that. We've intercepted couriers from Solitude. The Empire's...
Okay.
Go fiddling with any locks around here, we're going to have a real problem.
So there's that. 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 Okay. Alright. I'm gonna take a short break. Actually, I should probably stop there. I've been playing for almost 10 hours. So, yeah, I'm gonna stop there for tonight. Thank you all for watching. And I'll be back tomorrow, or at least I should be. Not sure what I'll be doing though. Whether it's playing Skyrim or playing Star Wars: The Old Republic.